I'm not testing the stability of the connection. Let's get rid of that. Arguing with somebody on Twitter while I wait for more people to show. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, I got smart. If I'm going to hide the thing, I don't need to hide the webcam. What was I doing that for? Oh yeah, so I can check my mail. So I can move my mail onto the second monitor so I can check it during the stream without you people seeing any potential confidential information, of which there's almost ever none, but I don't want to accidentally do it, so gotta do that. And see what the Twitter reply was. Nope, somebody else. Okay. Is it still running? I have not actually. My Twitch window has not. Why is none of this updating? There's no chat. There's no video. It says I'm live. Oh, that's because I did that. I forgot already. Why is the chat dead? Or is that just... Oh, it's just left this freaking indicator up. Thanks, internet. Let's just blame the internet for everything. Okay. Alright, we're going to delay a little bit because one of the guys in chat is reporting some packet loss, so we want to see if that's a universal problem, because when I restart the stream, I'm probably on a different server. Hooray. So we'll see if that's a general problem, whether restarting fixes it, and if not, maybe we'll just try starting the stream again. Internet. And yeah, I count my browser as I count web programming in internet. So when the Twitch chat has an overlaid waiting icon that isn't waiting, yeah, I count that. But I guess I should. No. I don't know. I don't know whether it's better to say it's the start of the stream or not if I'm going to restart the stream. I guess it's better to say. Okay. So, I guess let's go. So I don't even remember what was going on. Did I fix bugs and then I was just down to the flickery bug? Is the flickery bug where I was? Yeah, I think the flickery bug is where it was. Okay. Well, so I did not have any insight about this. I didn't wasn't in the shower and went, I know, it's this. I have no idea. We're going to have to actually break out the debugger on this. I don't know how to break out the debugger on it. I guess I was trying to do that. I was trying to break when something gets built. Like, we should be in a stable state, so if I see something getting built, I want to know why it got built. Maybe I'd started to make progress on this and I've just forgotten it. I have to redo whatever I was doing mentally. So like if we upload a mesh, just because I just saw that, I'll work backwards. Right, we want to know why we get a requested mesh. Well, we'll always get a requested mesh because we optimize this out. So if we turn this on, does that fix the bug? The flickering? I don't remember. I remember I tested turning the other thing off that was stable. I don't think I checked this. This is an optimization, so this shouldn't be necessary. If this fixes it, no, it doesn't fix it. Okay, why does this not fix it? We can definitely break in here. Shouldn't we hit this case? I'm in debug build. Okay. Zero mesh total size. Why is there? Is that a? That's on my screen. That's pretty small. These are all pretty small. How did this get up to 9 megabytes? Okay, it's always 81. Oh, this one. So it is hitting that threshold and stopping eventually. That's why it doesn't draw it to the distance. All right, so I wanted to see why somebody was actually null at that point. I probably am not going to be able to tell. It's just going to be null, and I won't know why. Okay, good. We are requesting meshes. That's clear what's trading it. We shouldn't be. So the question is why we are. Okay, right. So if we go look at the discarder, we should look at what the priority of the discard is. Right, and I rewrote it this way so it'll be clear. Okay, so here we discard min priority is negative huge. That's not good. Okay, that priority. Did we not propagate this through? I remember. Yeah, we tried to propagate it through. All right, let's look at where we propagated it through. Right here. Hey, look. I'm currently on that line. We never hit that line. I put it in the wrong place. Did I put it in the physics one, and it's supposed to be in the rendering one? No, this is definitely a rendering one. No, hash triangles equals false. This is not the rendering one. My bad. How did I look at this in job build mesh? There you go. Jeez. Do we have an MC at this point? No, we don't. Right, so I do need to propagate through. Okay, great. Priority equals RM arrow priority. Now we build this and it'll tell us where the struct is so we can add it. But yeah, don't bother going looking for it. I rely on the compiler to tell me where it was. Okay, now it's being set there and we need to propagate it out. So build mesh. Find who processed it. Build mesh. Here we are, build mesh. And we don't really need to pass these through tasks anymore anyway because task doesn't, yeah, it's so local. It's a local, so I could just copy it into a local. So where do we build the MC? Here's where we build the MC. MC priority equals T arrow, T dot priority. All right, so now it should be propagated through. Oh, come on. All right, let's look at the discard. All right, now the numbers at least look correct. Min priority was 12. We found one at 14 and freed it. The next frame, 13 and freed it 11. Now our min priority goes down to 11, which allows us to free something at 12. Well, it actually this worst found is going to be false. But next time around, you know, now min priority has gone up, but worst found has gone, God knows what's going on here. That's amazing that that variable was uninitialized, and now it seems correctly initialized, and we still get the exact same flicker. Well, it's probably not the exact same flicker, but pretty similar flicker. Is this, you know, full circle? I guess because I do that weird biasing, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't mean anything if it's not in the full circle, and it is in the full circle. So, God, I gotta find that. What else? How else could this go wrong? So I mean, we see it happening. It's just the problem is that it's the accumulation of a big, complicated calculation. So I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what I could print up to figure out what's going wrong. Oh, I have it printing that already. I guess I never got to looking at that. It's just freeing lots of different stuff to make room for higher priority stuff. It's never freeing the 11 thing. I guess let's interleave what it's creating. Discard. And then here we say ODS. Do I need the, I forget if I need the new one. Okay, so we can see what's getting created to cause a given thing being destroyed. All right, there we go. We're kind of in a steady state. So what happens? We create 13.7, we create 13.1. We free 13.7 to add 13.0. We free 13.1 and 13.0 to create 14.8. That doesn't seem right. Let's actually be explicit in the discard function. Yes, this is saying to create a different priority than the priority that gets created. Right? Min priority does not seem to match. Am I updating min priority in this loop ever anymore? No, I took all that out. Yeah. Discard. BM MC priority. And then what do we print out? We print out BM MC priority. Unless we add mesh to cache fails, which it could be failing. Else. Failed to add. Okay, that's good. Okay, we're getting failed to adds. So we free a bunch of stuff to make room for 12.4, but then it says we couldn't free up enough, so we never add 12.4. Then we have to go back and recreate the things. Now, yep, okay, so yeah, this is exactly the kind of circumstance that I was concerned about, and this logic is just not enough to handle it. So, here's what's going on. And again, it comes down to this being variably sized. This would totally work if everything were fixed size, but it doesn't work because they're variably sized. So, we'll list in priority order the things we have. let's use a fixed width font. So we have a chunk called 1 that's that big, and we have a chunk called 2 that's that big. We have a chunk called 3 that's that big. Let's do this so that there's no space. And then we have a chunk that's this big, let's say. All right. So let's suppose the thing is this big, and then we have a chunk. The next priority chunk was that big, and the next priority chunk was that big. Let's just say, right? And say we have that much space. So we put in 1, it fits. Put in 2, it fits. Put in 3, it fits. Put in 4, and it doesn't fit. So what happens? Because we don't know how big 4 is when we request it, we are effectively treating it as 0 width, like that big. So we request 4, we request 5, and request 6. And because we had no idea how big 4 would be, it's kind of as if we thought they were all going into this spot. We just keep requesting. We'll request the whole time. In fact, that's a kind of a bug, but not too important a bug. A misfeature. It's not quite how the system is supposed to work, but there's no negative consequences to it, and it's possibly beneficial. All right. So then what happens? Well, we get back the request for 4, and it turns out to be this big. So it doesn't fit, and there's nothing to discard lower priority. So we just ignore that job result. We just discard it. Then, say the next frame, we get back the 5 result, which is 2 things long. And we look, and there's room for 5, so we put it in. And the next frame, we get the 6 result, and we add it. But by now, we're looking at this, and we're like, well, we don't have 4. And we're like, hey, we don't have 4, let's request 4. And so we request 4 again, and now we get 4. So here comes 4. We do know how big it is. And we say, okay, let's greedily free until there's room for it. So what's the lowest priority thing? That's 6. So let's get rid of 6. Boom. But remember, we just rendered all this, right? We rendered all these. So we get rid of 6. Boom. And now we look, and the 4s don't fit. So we get rid of the next lowest priority thing, and that's 5. And now we say, okay, does 4 fit here? And it still doesn't fit. And so we go to the next thing, but that's too low a priority, or too high a priority. 4's not allowed to replace 3. So, boom, we don't include 4. So what happened, we had 5 and 6 in there. We drew them for a frame, and then they got popped back out. And this all comes down, in one sense, to this loop that we talked about, that is if zeroed out because it's just an optimization. But even if it's on, is it on? I guess it's on now. Because I was trying to see if it would work even with just the optimization. Yeah, here it is. So this is this problem that I was saying where we don't know how big it's going to be. So we can't do this math correctly up front because we don't know how big it's going to be. And this is the sort of problem I saw in the Minecraft stuff when I was trying to get the stuff working and gave up, basically. I didn't really remember the details of what was the problem. So, has nothing to do with the job system. The complexity here is not to do with the job system. But it is, once again, this whole background building thing. It's not due to, there's no complexity due to multi-threading. But this whole thing is, as I've said before, this is the albatross of this project, is this background mesh building thing. So there's a few things you can do. One is you can always incorporate. So we're taking a steady state case where you're not moving, and we could figure out ways to make that case work. Like, eventually you gather enough information to know how big everything is, and you could make sure that you know that 4 1, 2, 3, and 4 don't fit, so don't try to include 5 and 6 anymore. You could do that. And when the first time we generated 5 and 6, we just didn't know. We would have no way of knowing how big 4 is going to be at the time. We don't want to not request 5 and 6 because we want to get multiple jobs going. So there are a couple possibilities. If the camera weren't moving, though, you could clearly, okay, eventually you gather the information about how big 4 is and not try to request 5 and 6 anymore. But since the camera is always moving, we can't really make that kind of optimization. So need to attack it from a different direction. And one different direction, which I don't think I like, is that you could basically say if there are pending higher priority jobs, then don't accept the result. Stall the result until the higher priority job finishes. So that the sequence of events would be something like 4 would come in. Let me bring that back up because I have a total mental model of it, but you may not. 4 would come in, be rejected. 5 and 6 would come in. But by then a new 4 would have been requested. So 5 and 6 say, whoop, I'm not allowed to go yet. We've got to see what happens with 4. And then maybe when 4 gets rejected, 5 and 6 get rejected. The problem is with that is it seems like you're going to end up in a steady state where you're constantly rebuilding 4, 5, and 6, and they're never fitting. So I think we need some way of knowing that 4 didn't fit and not generate 4 anymore. Even though it's all dynamic. So we can't, it's not the naive way of 4 not. Maybe 4 will fit when you move a little bit, and 4 becomes a different priority. Maybe 4 starts to fit. Let's get rid of that weird bias that I did for the priority. I don't need these parentheses. All right, let's just start over. Float. So here's the one place where I use, I am a general believer in don't use weird precedence rules beyond the obvious algebraic ones. And this is one where I do use a weird one, which is that float binds to the I, not to the I times I. So it's the cheap typing way of forcing this full computation to be in floats. Because this one is forced to be a float, then the multiply is forced to be a float. But then each of the I times I and J times J bind independently, so I need to put 2 floats in there. Because there's just too many parentheses with the C casting way, the C way of typing casting. It's just too much visual noise. So I'd rather use this obscure, semi-obscure way of doing it. It's just an idiom for me now, so it doesn't slow down my reading at all because I'm used to the idiom. And if you're not used to the idiom, it can be a little opaque, but it is right there by the rules of C. Okay, so how can we do that? We need some way that 4 gets created, then we find out how big it is, and then we know not to keep things around. So I think we need to keep 4, a version of 4 in the cache that knows how big it is, but doesn't put it in the cache, so that this loop here can be accurate. But it has to be in the cache for us to have any info. So maybe we need cache entries that are nullified due to storage overflow. And then if they become, if they end up in a place in the priority list where they do fit, then we regenerate them. Are you going to have problems with stale ones? Their priority gets reset always. Right? We reset all the priorities. We did it here and then disabled it. Why did we disable it here? Why did I decide I didn't need to do this? Does anyone remember? At some point I changed that. At some point I got rid of this code. I don't remember why. I assume there was some argument that it was always being set to the right thing, but it's never set to unused anywhere else. Wait, is it? No. It's never being set to anywhere else. So why did I change this? Was it breaking things to not change it? Oh, this was... I backed out a bunch of code. I assume this isn't going to fix it. I backed out a bunch of code when I was trying to figure out a different bug. Did I just fix it? I'm confused. I didn't change anything else just now, did I? I mean, it should definitely be broken without that. It's just surprising that the brokenness would appear in that particular way. In fact, it should be, since I don't move, the priority should be unchanged. Oh no, okay, so I did something else to fix it. What did I do to fix it? I've already forgotten. My gosh, what did I just do? How did I fix this? What? Huh? What? Unfortunately, I don't think I checked it in. No, this still has all the changes now. What did I just change? How did... what? What is going on? Help. Somebody who's paying attention, tell me what I did. Wow, this suggests that I should just always video capture all of my programming and just, like, not to Twitch, just in general, and, like, then be able to rewind and see what I did. Or maybe editors could do that. Woo! And then I wouldn't be able to use them because I'd still be using PC6, so... what did I do, guys? Okay, I guess I can Control-Z a bunch. I printed. All I did was print. Yeah, okay. I printed some stuff, drew a conclusion from that print, changed the priority back. Alright, let's put the priority back to the debugging priority, like that. And run again. Maybe that obfuscated it. Oh, that's me having typed the thing at the beginning before I started over. There we go. Okay, that's flickering. And I make that change. And we run that. And it's not flickering. How did that? What? Why did the when I did the off-center thing originally, it didn't change the flickering. And besides, it should be totally valid. It shouldn't cause flickering. Okay, there it goes. Now it's flickering somewhere. Because I can see it creating and destroying. Can't see it, but it's out there somewhere. It's very weird. It's definitely creating and destroying something. Oh, it could be one out. I'm always trying to generate one out from the visible radius, so it might just be hidden. But it's certainly bad. You don't want to, if you're stopped, you don't want to be constantly building. So it's definitely still broken right now. It's just that we can't see it. The flicker is on the thing outside. And that was something I wanted to change. I wanted to change it so it was drawing to the same radius it was building, so that we would make sure we'd be able to see it. Oh, shoot. Now I just lost the... Wait, can I undo back to that? Okay. So I can do that so that the mesh generation is always, so the whole idea there is that you're always generating the meshes just outside your view radius, so then when you move, they're already generated. Okay, so there's a flicker. Okay, so now the theory is that if I do this, because I just did that fix, it should still flicker. It's doing field to add, but there it goes, as soon as I move. Okay, and then the question is, does doing that actually fix this for real? And I shouldn't. Like, we just walked through why there is a real bug. All right, so failed to add, and then we move. But it may be that the real bug is harder to trigger. That this stuff is too consistently sized to trigger that. Or it may be that these priorities are harder to, the integer priorities are harder to trigger the bug with, that you need higher variety of priorities to trigger it. Because the tiebreaker rule. Oh, don't know what that was. Thanks for defaulting to so that spacebar just kills the thing. Yeah, so we'll keep the intentional off-centering just because there's no reason this priority is illegitimate and the other one is legit. Like, so there's a bug there. It's just being hidden by the priorities being exactly the same. We don't have enough variety. Okay, these are all in failed to add. There we go. And the failed to add is still a bug because failed to add means it's still trying to generate. You can see it's still trying to generate everything all the time. So that's a bug too. It shouldn't be doing that because the storage thing here should be stopping it. Oh, well, that's interesting. How does that happen? How could we have broken the task system? MCS status is 0. So we had an MCS chunk that we set its status invalid somewhere. But these should all be inside the lock. Manager mutex, right there. This one is not explicitly inside the manager mutex, but I assume that is inside the manager mutex. Get chunk status alloc. I think I've actually looked for this before. Manager mutex, that one's inside the manager mutex. That one's inside the manager mutex. Stop manager is effectively inside the manager mutex. So then we have to check the get chunk status alloc is always inside the manager mutex. That's inside the manager mutex. That's the only call. Okay. So the things where we set invalid are always guarded. So then the assertion assertion assumes that the MCS is already valid, but the MCS came from get chunk status. and if you set it to invalid, you always make its chunk X invalid, so this comparison should fail. So should be able to do this. Like we could just use its status of invalid instead of having that weird hack of incrementing X. We probably could just have that invalid status be the thing that means that the slot is empty. But instead we have a separate thing where the status is separate from the slot being empty. That makes the slot empty in that. Right, and here we make the slot invalid, but we don't mark it as empty. Is there a reason why you don't mark it as empty? These two are doing the same thing. But this one also clears MCSCS, and this one doesn't. I think that's because we just acquired all those chunks. Wait, this is never called. Oh, it's called from the renderer. It never zeroes that. That's, I guess it's relying on the chunk set valid, but I think these are supposed to do the same thing. I think this is a bug. I could be wrong. I could be forgetting what the logic is here. And clearly these should just be refactored into a common thing. Alright, but that had nothing to do with that bug, so that may have just been a lurking bug. Or I could be wrong. It could be some circumstance where it happens. Okay, where get chunk status doesn't allocate one. Is there one that allocates? Get chunk status alloc. Does this always set the status? No, it doesn't. Okay, so I was going to get chunk status alloc. It tries to access the state immediately. Oh, because it might have been pre-existing. Oh, we must set MCS to 0. That's... Wait, get chunk status alloc does set the status. I looked right at this and thought it didn't. So I don't know how, why. I mean, I may just be misremembering how the system works, but oh, I just asserted the opposite of what I meant to assert. That would do it. So anyway, I think there may have been or may not have been a bug that was lurking that happens rarely, and so the fix may or may not happen because we don't know how to trigger the bug in the first place. MCS is null. That should never happen. Once we're in the requested state. Why should that never happen? because right here we allocate it. Due to we discard the ones that aren't in the list right here. What is going on here? Now we're back to the threading mess. What could go wrong here? I don't understand any of this. I maybe need to kind of rewrite this system to have a more clear invariant. All right, well, what we can do is, what are we iterating over? What list are we iterating over here? Requested meshes. Oh, I see it. Void star MCS. So what we can do is, when we get the MCS, we can go RM arrow MCS equals MCS. This is a void star. I'm only using this to debug. I'm not using it as an actual value. That's why it's a void star, and because the thing it's pointing at isn't in the header file. So then we're at a requested mesh here, and we get a chunk stats, and we say assert MCS equals. Oh, it can get freed. It's outside the. No, it's inside the major mutex still, so it can't get freed by here. Okay. MCS equals. I remember even looking at this before. So this should still be true. I think what's going on is that now that we have this cap, we're just generating constantly. We're generating new data and throwing it away constantly and just exercising a slightly different part of the system. Oh crap, I hit space at just the wrong time again. Gotta stop trying to go up. Okay, so that ain't true. Why is that not true? Assume it's because one of them is null. Yep, MCS is null, but RM MCS is legit. So how could that happen? Well, MCSs are a direct mapped cache, so they should only be collided with if you're drawing a really huge area, which we're not, or if this happens. But we won't abandon it. It's always in the new list, is the thing. If it's in the list we're iterating down here, that's what in new list means. So either somehow we're getting one that wasn't in the new list. Oh, it's not part of RM? Wait, where was the new list? It's part of the MCS. So this should be true. And then what's the other way MCS could get freed? If it got replaced. But the abandoned should not be calling it if it's in new list. And yep, doesn't call it in that one we don't even have enabled. And there was another call to abandon somewhere. Oh right, that's the two, yeah. So I don't know how else that can go null. Unless it's just a pointer, right? Which we do have a lurking memory corruption. Oh, that's a void star. So now we need it. So, wait, how have you guys been able to hear me at all? The microphone wasn't anywhere near me. Forgot to bring it out. It says it's not in the new list, but it's in the new list. We explicitly said it. We either delete it or it's in the new list. Current processing meshes. We only add it after setting it. Well, wait, if it's null now, maybe that data in that is actually garbage anyway. Yeah, it's direct mapped, so if it was returning null, then somebody else has taken over that slot, so it's not even valid anymore. And we can actually see which slot has taken it over. Dum-ba-dum. Need the extra parentheses on that probably. Chunk X, chunk Y, and then what's our chunk X, chunk Y? Let's divide by what, 64? That looks the same. Why did that return null? It didn't return null. What? Am I not setting the MCS new list? No, I'm setting it. Of course, I'm never clearing it, so this doesn't even mean anything. How does it never go to 0? Nobody clears it. Maybe somebody mem sets it to 0. I mem set the MCS to 0, so it does clear it when you allocate it. Alright, let me tweak my mic position here a little bit. Alright. I'm getting really confused. So, gonna take like a 2 or 3 minute break, and come back to this and think about it logically instead of being inside it and being totally confused. So I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and do this. All right. All right. All right, I have an idea. Terrible idea. So I've been having this thing that I've been putting off addressing, which is that I keep getting this memory corruption. And it's probably not what's causing this current thing, but it could be what's causing this current thing. So probably the best thing to do is abandon all this and debug the memory corruption. Which possibly people out there watching the archive have been shouting at me to do for ages. Nobody has been shouting at me in chat, but that's because they probably respect me too much to think I could ever be wrong. So I don't even know what I need to back out, though. I guess I just did a search. Oh, I can just undo. Who needs a video of what you were doing recently when you can just undo? MCS, just MCS. Unless, what did I just delete here? Oh, right, I changed this to match that better. Of course, if I'm unlucky, the memory corruption, and that I need to keep. If I'm unlucky, the memory corruption will just turn out to be caused by one of the things I just fixed with the not setting that one thing correctly. All right, but so now I should have gotten rid of the weird asserts, be back to this broken flickery state, and that when I exit, usually triggers, and now it doesn't trigger. I don't know what I have to do to trigger it. I know it was happening before without even moving. And now it doesn't happen. Great. Great. Hit it, insert, but I was holding down spacebar. Guess I should change the spacebar binding to something else if that's going to keep happening. But like I was saying, A to move left. And then the assert menu pops up and A is abort. Oh, we hit this one. This was what started us down this path. Alright, so can we work around this? It's not one of those. We can't work around that. But that could be being caused by the memory corruption, if that. That doesn't ever trigger anymore. And now if I move too far, this is triggering all the time. So let's not move too far. And now I don't hit it. Since I've done this, we have not hit the memory corruption once. And those asserts, there's no memory corruption detected after hitting one of those asserts. Alright, so maybe that theory was not a good theory. Okay. So back to debugging this thing. There is an assumption in this code that the MCS that gets created here is still around down here, which we were just trying to debug. This code just assumes that getChunkStatus is always going to return a non-null one, and that is in the new list. Both of those things are assumed. For some reason, it's returning null. We looked at all the paths that set it to null and did not see anything that made sense. This code is if zeroed out. I'm going to comment it out because it doesn't, so it turns to that. Oops, I did that one backwards. Just so that I don't try to read it. So that's the comment color. Sometimes compilers, editors, other editors will actually do that for you, show the active if-defs, but then they have to actually know which if-defs are valid, which might be in your build system, so they can't actually know that. The if1 is a special case where they could always know it, but if you can't do it for every if-def, I'm not sure it's worth doing it for some of them. In the Linux version, I hit this assert pretty often, and it's the same assert we just hit. It's not the right line number because I've done stuff or something. But it's... it's this one right here. I'm not sure why we're 80 lines apart. Did I make a bunch of changes to this file since the Linux merge? I did the optimizations, but I think he remerged to that version, but maybe I never uploaded it, so maybe the optimizations, maybe this is the differences from optimizations. So yeah, that's the one I'm hitting now. Which definitely suggests either a threading problem or an uninitialized memory that would behave differently on different systems. Let's see. What would... how... what... I don't know how to debug this. Like, I did that thing to try to check... like, I need to see that in between... I need to find out how in between this time and this time the result of get chunk status changes. But I can't, so I need programmatic watch points. But the problem is there's multiple. It's in a loop. So I don't even, I'd have to watch point like 20 things or something. And because it's all threaded, it's non-deterministic. So I can't in advance figure out, oh, it always happens on frame number 7 when on the 33rd, whatever. So I have like no way of getting the debugger at this. And I can't printf debug it. Probably, because it's just way too much stuff happens before it triggers. I mean, I guess I could. I was just worried that it slows it down and changes the timing. Don't do that at home. Don't use volatile for accessing threads. I guess I can just use the current directory. Mesh log. Necessary knock. And then burp. Okay. And then somewhere we have to print. So let's check that this... Oh, I have to actually pass them in. That would help. So we'll check that this catches it. Yeah, that was good. And then I used F instead of DF because that's such a reflex. How often does Twitch update the viewer lists? It never seems to actually be trustworthy. Like I never know just because it shows. Like, does the IRC client, is it always up to date? Is it actually really showing you when people come and go? No, don't worry about it. This is probably different volatile qualifiers. What? What? I want the pointer to be volatile. Does that mean it goes on that side? I guess so. That's weird. I don't think I've ever written that ever. Char star const foo. Char const star foo. You want the const to be about not the pointer, but the stuff pointed at, so it goes before the pointer. So in this case, the volatile needs to just go after the pointer. All right. I guess that makes sense. I just don't ever remember ever doing it. Maybe all my volatiles were bogus in the past. Maybe I did that and I just don't remember it. Yeah, okay, so that worked. So let's do this. See if I can close the file when we get the assert. Which I apparently have to move to get. Okay, retry. F close df. Does F close normally return -1? I don't know. I guess so. And then stop. And then bring up this. And do we run it in the data directory or do we run it in this directory? We run it in this directory. Meshlog.txt. Wait, did the assert trigger before I printed or after? Okay. But I didn't print a query. Why are these all the same one? That doesn't seem right. What? Oh, because I went through the loop potentially without hitting any of them. Because we're only looking at state equals RMS requested. Because I think there's an RMS processing state. Is that right? Nope, there isn't. So I'm not even sure how you get in here and have an invalid state. Can you do that? Oh, because we iterated over max. What is that doing there? Oh, wow. I wonder if that's somehow OBS-ish, because I have these occasional weird glitches, and I've never seen them except when streaming. So let's just do fprintf df processing, so we can see where the frame starts. But you should always have an RM interleaved with these, right? You shouldn't iterate them. That doesn't make any sense, I don't think. Are we getting multiple copies of the same mesh in current processing meshes? That would be amazing. Or in that step, does that step somehow store it? Yeah, in current processing meshes. Current processing meshes, sub I. Right, and it can be invalid because we go up to max built meshes. We don't stop early. We should just stop early. We have N. Don't look at RM state. All right, so we will generate the frame markers and be able to tell is it actually hitting the same one multiple times or what? Retry. Close df. Oops, no. One. Refresh. Go to NF file. Processing. Process a bunch of different meshes. That's the same. That's absolutely the same. We skipped one. These don't match. That's that MCS and that RM. This matches. This matches. This is a combination of these two. Does that make any sense? Fix with font. It was which one? It was this one? It was these two. No, that does not make any sense. That should never happen. Let's, for the people asking, get that back up. Block building game. What would this, how would this, can you guys read this font okay in this text thing? I can bump it up if not. Because remember, the whole stream gets downsampled to half the resolution that I see it in, so I just have no idea how big the fonts are. I guess that's bigger than the debugging font. Nobody's complained about the debugging font. They should have, because I can't imagine that's readable. How could that ever happen? That doesn't make any sense. The MCS for the RM. Well, the RM. Because we copy it here, so it actually ends up at a different spot. So the actual address is now current processing meshes of N before we increment it. All right, so all that data was bogus. Let's go again. Because the problem is I'm using an in-place list compaction to delete things. Okay. And so trying to use the pointers to them is wrong because they get compacted and change their address. Fclose df. No. This one. Okay. Processing. Reload query. Reload query. Well, where's the... Oh, it's not in the current list. Right, sure. Okay. No, but it is in the current list. How do we have a current processing meshes that's non-empty? We know ARM state is RMS requested, so it's not this. The only thing that should get added to the list are right here. That's where we increment n. Nothing can get into current processing meshes. Are we iterating current processing meshes? Yes. Nothing can get into current processing meshes. We only zero at the... Yeah, see, this code was assuming that when we hit the first invalid one, we'll break. And we don't do that. If it's requested, else... Which is the same as just looping to n. That just seems like that was always totally wrong. How did that ever work? There would just been garbage in it. I guess it relied on the requested list never getting too long. Don't tell me that fixes the flickering. No, it's still fully loaded. It's still trying to build everything. Okay, so that maybe fixes something. And the correct fix to that is to just loop to n. Check that. So who knows what that was doing? It still shouldn't have caused a memory corruption, so we still don't know what that was. Let's disable this code. But leave it around just in case we need to debug it again. Okay, so that end loop seemed to work, which means this doesn't need to be tested. We re-indent everything. Big function. It's already in the processing state, we don't do anything. Okay, yeah, that all seems legit. Okay, so I think that was just a bug. Okay, now because we set that on n, we don't have to set that. Let's run it just to make sure we didn't break anything. Num gen chunk alloc. Okay, why did that break something? Okay, so we're still trying to fprintf. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Nang gen chunk alloc. It's not in the ref count mutex. Gen chunk alloc in generate chunk and in release gen chunk. All right, so release gen chunk, generate chunk. All right, so let's look at where generate chunk is. I don't think that's inside of mutex. No, it's not. So generate chunk is definitely not inside of mutex. I think that's just an old debugging thing. I think that's okay. I think that was just something to try to find out how many gen chunks were being allocated. And so, it's just an output variable. So, I mean, it's still a bug because it can get out of sync. It's not atomically incremented and decremented. I don't know if we're even printing it anymore. Yeah, that's where we're putting the totals. So that can be wrong. But let's not worry about it for now. It does need to be fixed. Let's do alloc. Okay, so what was I doing? Mesh builder. I had just fixed. Okay, I fixed the assertions. Why they decided to pop up now, we have no idea. But they do seem to be fixed. We still have the actual thing that I was originally trying to debug. We're back to that now, finally. The flickering thing. Which I debugged, I'm just trying to figure out how to fix correctly. Okay, so I was saying maybe I need to make, unless there was something that happened after this, I was saying maybe I need to make dummy mesh entries that know how big the thing is so that we know not to try to create them. Not to create the ones after them and not to create them. That would let you, in here, you would go through this loop and you'd hit the one and be like, oh, that makes it too big, so that one doesn't get loaded and nothing after it gets loaded. And then if one of these has a total size, okay, right, so the problem is that there's nowhere to store it. Consider mesh is something we rebuild every frame, and there's no mesh chunk currently for the thing. So we need a dummy mesh chunk. And mesh chunk is this big complicated thing, so I don't know how easily we can make a dummy mesh chunk. And do we ever need more than one dummy mesh chunk? Like, I'm wondering if it would be better to just have a separate cache that's not the mesh chunk cache. That's the mesh chunk size cache or something. It just doesn't feel right, and I can't tell you why, to have a dummy mesh. Let's look at the mesh chunk structure. This doesn't even, oh, it does have total size. There it is. I guess let's just try it. This is a little, I don't have a very good understanding of what's going to happen here. So we need a flag. That dummy isn't a very good name for this. It didn't fit, so it's placeholder size placeholder. Info placeholder size. Don't usually go that verbose, but I'm not going to access it in a lot of places, and it's doing a complicated, or not complicated, it's doing a very abnormal thing, so it's okay. I'm comfortable with the idea of that being big and calling attention to itself. So boom. The problem is now there's going to be a lot of places where MC is not null, but it's not a valid mesh, and we're going to have to take that into account. Or consider mesh of I.MC placeholder for size info. Then we do need to build it. if it wasn't bigger. So if it was bigger, then n gets truncated down, and when we loop, we won't consider it. So this is only correct with this block of code. Without this block of code, it can't work. Okay. And when we allocate it, and we fail to add it, we want to keep it around. No, we want to discard it because we don't want to keep the memory for it. So we are going to let the finish caching free it up. We have to make a new one. That's the dummy one. And back here, we need to free the dummy one. Wait, we don't need to free it. We just will have to replace it when we replace it. So here we have to create the dummy. Create dummy. Mesh chunk. I guess that just goes, and we just do that. And then the fact this aligns is kind of terrible. It's bad luck. Failed to add F. Installed dummy. P. And we need MC to get the right priority. Set mesh chunk for award. We'll find the slot. Tries to update with the total size, but only if it has vbuff, which the dummy won't. No, okay, that's whether it's invalid or not. It's using vbuff to know whether it's invalid. So if, let me see, arrow, not dummy, placeholder, not placeholder for size info, then actually update the cache in use. Vbuff will never be true when placeholder for size info is true, but let's go ahead and do that just to be explicit. Because we already have some kind of notion. I guess vbuff is empty if the mesh chunk was empty. Not sure why a mesh chunk would ever be empty, but okay. Sure, yeah, because you can use this, who knows what purposes you'll put this to. Check, catching up on chat here. So there's some basic questions that have been asked many times in the stream, like how did I learn, that kind of stuff, and I think at this point I need to fact those as well. It's possible to do OpenGL without glut, yes. Yeah, you do get the problem that old tutorials do things the old way. This is a big complaint I've had for years about OpenGL 3 and OpenGL 4, where they're kind of pushing a new way of doing things, trying to get rid of the old inefficient way that doesn't match the hardware, is that the new ways of doing OpenGL are more complicated. The old ways you didn't have to learn the linear algebra. You could just say GL perspective and get a perspective transform, and GL rotate and get a rotation on your stuff. And now you have to explicitly pass in matrices. So you need either a matrix library that can build the perspective matrix for you automatically by calling something in it, or you have to actually understand those things. So it just introduces some kind of dependency on something else. All the old tutorials don't work in modern OpenGL. And I still use old OpenGL. NVIDIA has a compatibility profile, which means all of the old OpenGL stuff still works, and I recommend using that. But you probably can't ship with it. It doesn't. You can't do that in Mac. On the Mac, you either get the legacy OpenGL that supports the old stuff, or you get the modern OpenGL that doesn't support the old stuff. And you have to pick one or the other. So if you want to use any modern high-performance features, you can't also use the old stuff. And I don't know how ATI. I don't know how serious ATI is about compatibility. I just know that everyone says NVIDIA is super good about supporting the compatibility mode. But I never use Glut regardless. At work, I'll have a new library out soon that is my quote unquote portable Glut-ish kind of thing that I'm doing in a totally different way. That's a single file thing because I'm tired of, like, I use SDL now for big projects and I'm okay with that. I have this old thing called SB WinGraph, which you can find. It's not an official library. That is kind of a shallow wrapper around Windows. And the new one is a smarter thing that actually replaces all of OpenGL in terms of you never include the OpenGL headers, and it doesn't internally. It defines everything explicitly. And it goes through the right shenanigans to load from DLLs, to load those symbols from DLLs, to automatically support stuff without you having to go through extensions and stuff. But it's also not intended for like high quality games or whatever. It's very Glut-like. It gives you a tick function and a whatever function and does the main itself, just to be able to write simpler OpenGL things without dependencies. So I do have something like that coming someday. I've only used it in one project at work, and so I don't know how far along the ready to go it is, but. And it's only ported to Windows, as always. Like, I actually never port any of my frameworks to other platforms, despite them being cross-platform frameworks in theory. But hopefully someday somebody else will port them. Okay, so moving on from Glut, which other people already answered, but I want to give my opinion. But yeah, I was going to say, I've used GLFW, and I've used maybe one other thing, and that's all okay, but that all happened a little bit, I think, before I went to the single file library stuff, and now the friction of using a non-single file library really bugs me. And I'll do it for the SDL case for games that I'm going to ship, but for smaller products, so this is an SDL system, OBBG. But for smaller projects, if you're trying to make a pretty small, sort of, demo-y, or not demo-y, but, experimental thing or something, that's way too heavy. And even something like GLFW in Windows, I find is too heavy. So I will, I hope to switch to this new thing. And I don't even know if the guy who asked that question was still here when I answered it. But of course, the other big problem is that now all of those tutorials are using Glut, and you have to back out the Glut code or figure out how to adapt it. And that's true of whatever framework you're going to use. And that was the only real question in there that I saw. If I missed something, re-ask it. Yeah, the No Man's Sky relying on OpenGL 4.5 is a really problematic thing. It would be problematic for a AAA game, and for an indie to rely on 4.5 is, maybe they had to. I don't like, but I do not recommend indies try to be bleeding edge graphics. And if you are bleeding edge graphics, use DirectX. Don't use OpenGL. Because the OpenGL driver support is just not there. I do everything in OpenGL because it's much easier, but I'm not trying to ship a bleeding edge indie game. I mean, okay, the Minecraft stuff is trying to push the limits, but I only worry about working on my machine, right? I'm not. If it turns out the performance of the Minecraft viewer that I used to make the STB voxel render demo, trailer, if it turns out that the performance of that on ATI is terrible, that's bad, and it would be nice to fix it. But like nobody's complained about it. It's not a real product, right? To make the trailer, it only had to run on my machine, and I didn't worry about solving those problems. And it's not strictly tied. The library is not strictly tied to OpenGL, although it only has an OpenGL shader. But again, that was like, hey, somebody should port this to Direct3D and contribute it back. It's not a hard port, but nobody did. But whatever. The point being that I don't. You're definitely way better off targeting like 3.2 or whatever, 3.3 than 4.5. 4.5 is so bleeding edge, it's crazy. Anyway, Doom did very well with OpenGL. That's literally, like, historically, you look at that. Quake was the only OpenGL game on Windows. And because it was id, because it was Quake coming on the heels of Doom, it was like the defining game. And so the OEMs, the hardware vendors, looked at Quake and optimized their GL drivers to make sure Quake was fast. But only the paths that Jailquake was using were guaranteed to be fast. And then as the id kept going and kept using OpenGL, they stayed significant and important enough that the drivers all took that game seriously. And that's generally true of AAA games. That's why you see drivers that are always released on the same day or around the same day that a big AAA game is released, because the drivers have been optimized for that game, which sometimes means detecting the game's executable and substituting shaders that look better. That's historically a thing that, or run faster, not look better. That's historically been a thing that goes on, like hand-coded. Under the hood, your thing is compiled to some kind of assembly code on the target GPU, and so they go in and handcraft a better assembly thing potentially. And historically, there have been issues where they actually substitute a shader that doesn't do the same thing but looks about the same and is much faster. But they also can just optimize the paths through the code. Oh, they're using this combination of vertex buffers configured this way, and that is it turns out our generic system for handling all this doesn't turn that into the most optimal thing. Let's go make sure that one case is better. So it doesn't surprise me that it did fine with Doom, the new Doom. Yeah, Quake was started as software. That's why I said Jailquake. They originally did a Quake port to rendition. There was some hardware that it turned out under the hood was, well, the way I heard it, which might not be true, it turned out that under the hood, the software driver fed spans, so just horizontal rows of pixels, like the texture coordinates at the ends of each row of pixels, hands it to it. So the rasterization didn't actually happen on the card at all, and it just handed spans across. That was the way I originally heard it, and they fed that interface directly in their first attempt, because John Carmack was interested in the hardware stuff, getting it going, and so he was poking at that. Another version of that I heard, though, was actually that it took triangles, but that drawing individual spans instead of passing in triangles was faster, because Quake had a whole overdraw avoidance system that allowed it to draw individual spans. So I heard both versions of that, and I don't remember which one I heard from Carmack versus which one I heard from a third-party source, so I don't know which of those stories is true. But anyway, so he did that originally. Yeah, I had long hair before John Romero did. I don't know if that's true. But just because people only see me now doesn't mean I wasn't around at the time and didn't have long hair then. I certainly had long hair before I knew John Romero had long hair. So all that is just to say that id was already pushing on that hardware, the early hardware, as best they could. And so it was no surprise when they actually managed to ship Jailquake. You know, because everybody was, at that point, they were playing with Glide and stuff, and Carmack was like, you know, this doesn't make any sense. Doing, you know, per vendor things, you know, came around on the whole, you know, a lot of the game industry early on looked at GL and said, this is like a mess, this is going to be way too slow, we need something better. Hey, Microsoft, gives us something better. Microsoft made Direct3D. This is not exactly accurate, but close enough. And then we all looked at Direct3D and we're like, okay, yeah, we can do this. This one is, the initial one is terrible because it's all this command buffer stuff that's just gross and doesn't make any sense, which is where we've all gone in the long run. Carmack, in that way, that at least back then he was not an iconoclast, but he looked at things in a smarter way, like saw things better, and he was like, no, OpenGL is actually good. I don't remember when he flipped the switch. He definitely, I think, started on the same side, but at some point he was like, no, actually this is perfectly reasonable, and cross-platform, let's roll with it. And he was intentionally, I think, at the time, I mean, I was there, not at id, but I was aware of what was going on, but it's been so long, I can't tell you for sure, but my vague impression at this point is that he was intentionally pushing for OpenGL. Like, we had that, there was none of you are going to remember this now, but there was a big open letter that got signed by a bunch of developers saying to Microsoft, hey, Microsoft, release the MZD bindings for Windows or something like that, which is just this whole, there was a driver model for OpenGL called the ICD, and there was a driver model called the MCD, it was the direct draw bindings for OpenGL was the one. It wasn't it might have been related to the MCD ICD thing, I don't remember now, or they might have been two different things, but it was, you know, it was a thing that was holding back OpenGL from being as viable as it could have been. And Microsoft seemed to be really pushing Direct3D and trying to discourage OpenGL. They supported OpenGL. It was built into Windows. There was a pretty, actually, significant technical thing in Windows to support OpenGL, according to my understanding. But that was for CAD, for other purposes, not for games. And they wanted to favor D3D over that. And so we did this open letter, which I was on, and I assume Carmack was on. He's the kind of person who would have been on it. So I feel like he was definitely pushing on OpenGL more than the rest of us and earlier than the rest of us. Wasn't that Chris Hecker? Yeah, Chris Hecker was, I was in his office when we put out that letter. When he faxed it to I'm pretty sure it was a fax to a PR, PR Newswire or whatever they're called. So, where was I now? Now that we've finished all that terrible history, I don't even remember where the Jailquake came from. Because Doom ran fine, yeah. Which was about the No Man's Sky rant, which is just, I don't want to criticize them, but it is not a choice I would ever make. Anyway, so where was I on this now? Because I've now just been talking for so long, I have just flushed my cache of what was going on in this code. Oh, I'm in the middle of creating the dummy mesh chunk. And it's going to just have a lot of problems where these things are getting returned and they're not null, but they have no data, and they do the wrong thing. So that's one of the reasons why this is going to suck. But it's fine. So what functions do I need to define still? Create dummy mesh chunk. All right. Void create dummy mesh chunk. So dummy mesh chunk. CMesh cache doesn't store its slot. Oh, it does. It stores chunk_x. But we don't update it here. Why does this not set chunk_x? Oh, it's in the MC. It's not in the... Yeah. So the MC, we rely on the fact that MC will always already have it. But if that's the case, why aren't we getting it from there? Why isn't it just coming out of the new MC? Let's put that on the to-do. Why is set mesh chunk word? Well, I guess because it's in the name of the function, but not just getting chunk either A, not just getting X and Y from mesh chunk, or writing, and it's because it lives in MC. I see why. In MC, Y with the past coordinates. Let's see, or at least asserting that they match. Okay, that, and the C is probably the right option now that I think about what's going on in this code, but it does mean that probably need that. Okay, so how do I malloc now? Because I added a malloc profiling and it changed what my malloc is, and I've never written a malloc since then. Is it just OBBG malloc? Okay, mesh chunk. Priority of it somewhere else. This is placeholder for size info. Of course, I shouldn't have called it dummy. And then elsewhere, when I allocate it, I need to make sure that gets zeroed. And instead of calling it dummy, I should create placeholder. Placeholder. All right. And we now have to pass in BM MC chunk. X, BM, MC, chunk Y. Alright, what else have I not written? Oh, it needs a string. Mesh builder is where this happens. Mesh chunk. Where do I get mesh chunk? There it is. Mesh chunk. And what else? VM.mc arrow. Yeah, here's the list I was talking about, the open layer I was talking about. See how good my memory was. To actively support OpenGL, good interface between OpenGL and DirectDraw. So that was, I think, the point that I was talking. Oh, and it does mention the MCD framework. Yeah, and Carmack is the big pull quote, because it's Carmack. Okay, yeah, here was the actual thing. Ship DirectDraw bindings for OpenGL and the Windows 95 MCD. So yeah, it's both of those things. Okay. And yeah, I'm signed on it despite the fact I was a nobody at the time. Brian Hook. Seamus Blackley, who's the Xbox, became the Xbox guy. And at the time, maybe that was when he was still working at Looking Glass. David Stafford, I've worked for him since then. Tim Sweeney, obviously, of Epic. I know that name and I don't remember from where. Chris Taylor, of course. From, gas powered, I guess. Dave Taylor from id, but he wasn't at id at that point anymore. Glenn Corpse is from Molyneux, the early days, Molyneux, like the Populous, that version of Molyneux. Peter Lincroft worked on maybe X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, or around then was working on those games. Mike Linkovich, I know the name and I can't place it. Doze, yeah, so You know, I know probably about half the people on this list. Not necessarily personally, but know who they are. Mike Carrington from Valve, Chris Hecker, boom. John Romero just thrown on for fun. Wait, is Carmack not actually? Oh, it's, yeah, vertically here. Yeah, a few people from Looking Glass are on here. Lawrence Holland, that's the other guy, the Lucasfilms, the you know, Secrets of the Luftwaffe, and etc. After that, that became the X-wing or whatever. No, not Lionhead. What was it before Lionhead was black and white. What was Bullfrog? Bullfrog. John Miles is on there. Miles Sound System. Yes, that is that John Miles. There was a whole sort of clique that I was, there's a secret group that I was part of, that a lot of these names, not a lot, but some of these names, actually John Miles wasn't on that, I don't think, but he was, there's a bunch of people I know sort of through the John Roberts world, and in fact I met John Roberts, Jeff Roberts, I mean, my boss at RAD. I know Jeff Roberts through Chris Hecker. I met a lot of these people through Chris Hecker. These were probably all people Chris Hecker knew, basically. Billy Selznick, I guess you guys probably don't even know about him anymore. Remember him from Rebel Boat Rocker, which was just a big blow up when he left. I don't even remember who it was he left. 3D Realms, Epic, or something. 3D Realms, yeah. All games. So sad. Five Member eventually went on and founded Gearbox Software, but not Billy Selznick, I don't think. Where did he end up going? But yeah, so in the special thanks to Quake, just like me, so oh, he went on to Boomblocks. Interesting. There's no way to find out what companies use that. Anyway, all right, so sorry, total distraction. Great placeholder mesh junk. Too few parameters. What else did I pass in? No, you don't take this parameter. I was just blindly cutting and pasting from the other one. In my head, cut and pasting. I wasn't literally cut and pasting. Void, I didn't return it. Okay, that's pretty dumb. Do 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 do. Priority. BMMC priority. BM dot MC arrow priority. Made that mistake twice now. Okay. What else do I have to do to make this work? So now I have a dummy mesh chunk, placeholder mesh chunk. And the placeholder mesh chunk needs the correct size. For sure. And let's make sure we mem set it to 0. And then we need to be able to free it, so we need to find who frees the mesh chunks. Free mesh chunk. So if MC arrow placeholder for size info, then we just OBJ free it. Just in case any of these end up going different routes, even though they're both calling OBJ free at the end, and probably all of these things would be fine because they delete 0, we're just going to make that explicit. Hopefully that's the only place that tries to free mesh chunks. And then we have to be careful about updating cache and use. So discard lowest priority from mesh cache. We definitely want to ignore ones that are not actually taking up any space. So if c mesh cache of j of I dot arrow placeholder So instead of putting this all in one line because it's going to get really long, I guess this is a place where I should do this. Actually, mesh func MC equals address, and then it won't get too long. Not address, it's just that. Okay. So then if MC is not null, and MC placeholder, and MC, okay, that's not too bad. So it's not a placeholder, and it's greater than we're allowed to take it. We return false, that's all fine. We'll never get an MC placeholder for size info here. So not, I mean, oops. Okay, I'm sure there's other stuff in here that has to change. I could run and hope that it triggers it, but I think I kind of need to scan the code. Now, the mesh chunks here should never get passed back to the mesh builders, and none of the mesh builder code should ever need to worry about this. These only live in the mesh cache. The mesh builder, in fact, never reads from mesh chunks. It only writes into them, I think. But so we're looking for uses of the mesh cache or mesh chunk. Upload will never get called. Request mesh generation doesn't look at the mesh cache. Maybe it does. It does. Is valid. What do we use is valid for at this point? For deciding its priority. If it's not valid, what? Oh, to update the existing priority. Yes, and we should update the existing priority if it's... we should update the existing priority if it's a placeholder. We do want to find out what the new priority is. And then do we want to request it? And we already updated that part. So we will request it if it's a placeholder for size. Okay. Then the render can in fact get the mesh chunks out of here. And if it's null, or MC placeholder for size info, we should just have a query if the chunk is valid instead of doing this. In fact, we should probably just store a flag on the chunk explicitly, because this is complexity is not worth it. There's not a significant performance gain. Oh, right. It's because of the way the mesh works. The mesh cache works. Add mesh cache with explicit storing of weather. Storing of coordinates and call function to access it instead of accessing line. That's just bad code. It's a code that's accumulated for some reason where I was accessing it directly. I don't know why. I obviously wrote it that way at some point, but now this is all in the single threaded path that doesn't work anymore anyway, but I just want to make that work. If MC numquad, that will actually be 0, so that's another way of thinking. So we don't really need to explicitly do it, but let's just do that in case. Who knows, maybe someday the placeholder will keep track of how many quads, right? So make sure it's not a placeholder. Then we look at the cache, we check whether we need to build. Oh, that's just still part of that other thing. Or let's see, arrow placeholder. Okay, then we get these back. We keep the mesh sizes. They will never get one of these back, so that never comes up in this code. And if we say we need to add it, okay, so discard needs to work, but we already looked at it. If we do say we need to add it, we upload it and we set. So the set needs to free the existing one. Is that happening in here? Free mesh chunk. This doesn't seem right. If there's MC VBuff isn't, it seems like that would leak. I think if that MC VBuff test is bogus. So if it's not a placeholder, we still update the size. But either way, we need to create the mesh chunk. That seems reasonable. Okay, so that was the add path. And then in this path, when we're not creating it, there might still be a chunk there. We could try to reuse the chunk that's there instead of creating a new one. There might be a placeholder chunk there, I mean. But rather than add that complexity, let's just go ahead and create a new placeholder, and then this will destroy the old placeholder. Okay. I don't think any of this is going to work, but what the heck? Let's run it. Nope. All right. New MC. Not MC. And it doesn't update anything. All right. Is it still building stuff? It's meshing and not regenerating a cache. Okay. So when we get here, it's always saying failed to add. So let's see why it's getting failed to add. So the claim here was that I don't want to discard higher priority meshes even if we don't have them. And I think that's right. I think that is correct. So we never discard, is the problem. We shouldn't need to discard. The problem is we never discard placeholders. No, the placeholders do have priority, so they can get discarded if we have a higher priority or lower priority thing and we have a placeholder for it. Well, we don't need to discard it because it's not actually taking up. No, it is. It is. Okay. We need to actually discard that. Okay, so then the discard path might have freed up a placeholder. Let's try it. I don't know. Okay. Then I had to assert that this would never get hit because I had tested it up above, but that's no longer true. And it still doesn't work. Okay, now we're freeing incredibly high priority numbers to create lower priority numbers, which is good. But then it hits failed to add and does something else. Free that to create that, free that to create that, failed to add. Oh, I know why. Do you know why? Of course you don't know why. We're not updating mesh cache in use. Remember, I showed that table of going like this, but that's not what the code is actually doing. That was just to like try to understand what's going on conceptually. But the code isn't actually traversing that list when it's building this, is it? No, it's not. It's saying how much cache am I actually using and trying to free things from that. And if you discard a placeholder, that doesn't change the cache in use. So I think you don't want to discard. Or is correct about that. We'll see. We'll see in a second when I walk through, but let's put it back to this state. Okay. What we're trying to do is we're trying to put in a phantom. Let's switch these. A, B, 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 C, C. And then we come along and we allocate D, E, and F. Okay. And it turns out the D is too big to fit. So now we're keeping a placeholder for it. Now when E comes in, we see it doesn't fit. And we don't even try to allocate it. That is not part of the discard loop. That is part of the request loop. So let's find the request loop and make sure that is all sane. That's this part of this request loop. We go and count how much storage we would use based on the placeholder meshes. In strict priority order. This is saying only things that come out of this list at the end. Right, I've changed this. Now, at this point, mesh consider list cut off at the point that all extent meshes and placeholder meshes in priority order fit in cache and the next in priority order does not. Okay, that's what I want. That seems correct. So we'll never request anything. At this point, if we are in this state, we'll never request anything. The problem comes with the discard system. How does that need to work? If we have this, for some reason, if you imagine that's what's currently in the system. So we have a placeholder for B and we have placeholder for D. The total amount actually stored should be A and C. There should be room for B and D. Or for B, but not D. Well, in the particular case I've just drawn, there's now actually room, because B doesn't take up any space. B is a phantom thing. There's now actually room for this. I don't think this is this bug, but this is definitely this system not working yet. Yeah, that fits. So you could get the case where D comes back and fits, and then you come in, so that becomes real. And then you come in, and B completes, and it says, can I fit B in here? And it comes along, and it discards D. So that would work fine. But it's obviously not working fine. So that should work. I think that is right. So what is, can we see anything going wrong in the printfs? Oh. I thought I just fixed that. Okay, now I fixed it. And, okay. And it's failing to add everything always. Let's see what happened at the start. The very first mesh that came in. Created a bunch of meshes at the start. And it never discarded any of them. So why aren't they drawing? Why aren't the initial meshes drawing? Maybe they're at the edge of the radius facing away from me. Maybe I need to turn around and find them. No, I don't see them anywhere. I don't see any meshes. But none of them got discarded. I don't really understand that. We haven't created a bunch. Oh, those could be physics. No, they don't go. Yeah, they do go in the mesh cache. No, the physics mesh cache is separate. Okay. So we haven't created a bunch. Oh, but this, no, okay. Oh, it's not a mesh chunk, it's a built mesh. Well, it is a mesh chunk. I don't know. Yeah, it's not literally how the memory is laid out because it's not stored in this order, but it lets you visualize what fits and what doesn't fit. It doesn't matter what order it's stored in. What matters is that the priority determines who's allowed to be in there and who's not, and so you might as well draw it in order, just to be clear. It's not actually physical memory, like you don't have to defragment it because it's just letting OpenGL deal with where the actual memory is laid out. All we have are the counts for them, so it doesn't really matter what order they are because they defragment. And so all that matters is the counts, and so you just concatenate them somewhere. This seems like it should work. It seems like it's creating some things and not drawing them. It's all very confusing. Let's not create the dummies. Where do the dummies get created? There. So if we don't create the dummies, what did the old code do at this point? I don't know what it used to do. I should have checked in at some point. Still broken. So bad that I didn't check in. This diff is just too much crap now. Yeah, great. This just doesn't even match up. This is like, see, this was all ages ago, and I just didn't check it in or something. This whole refactoring to do this stuff. So I don't know what I broke. I guess we can try undoing. Let's see what it changed. Know how far back this will go though. Okay, there it is. Here's what it was like. Failed to add. That's all. Alright, let's go back all the way forward. Which Windows would let you set the key repeat rate higher. All right. So what else have I changed? I mean, I added this whole dummy system, but now I'm never injecting the dummies in. I guess in places I'm testing them, I guess I need to make sure that I'm zeroing the mesh, that field. Maybe I'm not zeroing it. Maybe I don't zero the mesh. That was why I didn't want to go down this whole path in the first place. It's the allocating the mesh chunks. So that was mesh chunk. I zero it. So it's definitely not a placeholder. So none of my tests for placeholderness should break it unless I test it backwards somewhere. Like that. Doubt that's the one though. That's correct. That's a typo. That will never be true. That won't affect that. It's always the case. let's do that though, just in case. Since that's actually the thing that draws. So, and things aren't drawing, so that's a good place to start. Okay, let's try it. Still nothing. Okay. What else did I change? Yeah, I think you can actually still set key repeat rate. You just can't set it high enough. Thank you. So I don't know. What? Anybody got any idea? What? Might as well fix this while I see it. It's only for output statistics output, so it doesn't matter if it's broken. If there's like, we don't want to count that into that. We're currently measuring this a different way now, so this will just go away eventually. But okay, so we just actually get rid of all references to placeholder, but I bet I changed something else somewhere other than the placeholder stuff. But we could certainly comment out every placeholder thing. But I bet this isn't going to help. I bet it's somewhere else. Something else I changed that I've forgotten that I changed. Nope. How am I getting to one with the placeholder set? I'm never calling it anymore. Chunk X, chunk Y, placeholder, garbage. So somebody else is allocating a mesh chunk and not doing it. Hey look, there's two allocations of mesh chunk. There's one here, there's one here. Why are there two? Oh, this is the physics one. They both mem set to 0. They all mem set to 0. Was one of the mem sets the wrong parameters or something? Mem set 0 sides of MC. There you go. All right, now let's try again. Okay, and then let's. Oh, right, I wanted to make sure that assert didn't trigger. Okay, and then we re-enabled the placeholder stuff. We just disabled, but had nothing to do with the problem. Well, it did, but it didn't. Wait, I need the end. Is the assert still? Yeah, okay. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum. And this. Okay, so right now it should do nothing. Should make no difference. Should still flicker. Okay, and now we turn the placeholder system on and check what that does. And I still see it flickering, it looks like. Failed to add. It's still regenerating everything. Which it shouldn't be, because the request system is supposed to reject that. Is the request system still working correctly? Looks like it is. Should still be using the placeholder meshes. So now we go in here and we say, okay, you're in that state. We do that. Mesh cache requested in use is that. Storage is consistently the same of these last two frames at least. And the question is I. 49. Question is which of those turn into things here. So consider mesh.mc. There is no placeholder for this mesh that it's deciding to consider. 64, 192. 1,3. There's no placeholder. So am I not adding the placeholders correctly, or is something else going wrong? Are they getting removed? Somebody removing them? Okay, let's try looking at the output stats here. So freeze this to create that. Freeze this to create that. Failed to add that. Installed dummy null. Oh, that's... The dummy null is not useful. That was me coming in. So put that out. Let's check what it's really doing. All right. Doesn't give us any useful info because the pointers don't tell us anything because we're not printing anything else about them. But okay. So we freed this to do this, freed this to do that. Failed to add that, so we install dummy. Then we try to add an even lower priority one, which automatically becomes a dummy. Then we come back around and we create these lower priority ones again, even though this dummy should have prevented that, presumably. The dummies should have added up. Then we free them again because they're there. Then we don't add it, so we install dummy, and then we create another one again. It's obviously not converging, and it should converge. So we need to print if wait. No, okay, right. So we still have the behavior that if there's no info about it, then it doesn't account, and it will still try to generate lots of extra things to fill that in. And however, the next time down here, so it will generate them once, and we'll find out how big they are, and leave that in the cache as a dummy. And then when we get to here, this isn't null, and we should have a total size for it. If consider mesh of I.mc arrow placeholder. Yes. Placeholder. %D. Mesh of I.mc total size. Include placeholder %f. Mesh. No. Yeah. I.mc priority. After storage. Yes, estimated storage would be I don't see anything flickering, but it is still generating constantly. It's not spending very much time. Oh, it's spending a ton of time generating. Yeah. Just not spending much time in GenCache. I don't think it's ever hitting that. It's not ever printing include placeholder. So there's no placeholders in the list. How is anything ever getting requested? So it gets requested, and then what? It gets requested. No idea. What is going on here? Let me just go ahead and take a little break again. Think about this. I don't understand it. If It's Poker Time is still around, oh, he is. Okay. You can look at the STB voxel render trailer. I don't know if that's still linked on the side panel. Yeah, it is. The STB voxel render H video. And there's a thing in there where it's rendering Minecraft scenes. And the view distance is set to, I don't even remember anymore, 1280 blocks. Minecraft traditionally was 256 blocks, and in 64-bit Java it can go up to 512. But it can't go up to 512 in the 32-bit build. And this is a 32-bit thing, and it was going out to 1280. Now, I mean, it's on a specific video card. You can't, it's hard to make comparisons. I don't know how fast Minecraft runs because I run in 32-bit, and so I could only ever set my view distance to 256, and Minecraft is pretty flaky. And the terrain isn't exactly, the terrain we're looking at in OBBG, it doesn't compare very directly. But at least in that other thing, you can look at, I run through a couple things, Broville, I run through some big cities that have a lot of complexity. So I'm using this break to make a little lunch or a little snack or something, which is why I'm leaving the break up while I'm talking here. But I can answer chat while I'm doing it. So yeah, Java could be, I mean not Java, Minecraft could be way more performant if anybody wanted to spend the effort. The terrain generation is probably going to be nearly impossible to improve the performance because you kind of want to change what the terrain generates. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's terrible code and you could speed it up 10x, but odds are at this point they've optimized it. And whether the Java part of that makes a difference, I don't know. Certainly the Java part definitely makes a difference in the rendering, just because, if nothing else, at least back then, I don't know if things have changed, they couldn't access modern OpenGL features, so they didn't have any good way of getting high performance rendering. They had to use display lists. For those of you who know OpenGL, they had to use display lists to cache vertex buffers. There was no way to do proper vertex buffers. And that's not the end of the world if you're on an NVIDIA driver that probably still does a decent job on display lists. Who knows? Certainly by now I would expect they'd have optimized for Minecraft somewhat. So I don't know if it's GPU limited or CPU limited, but certainly I'm doing stuff like texture buffers that aren't available that let me save space as well, which is how I can fit a view distance of out to 1280 on a 32-bit thing, is because the meshes are smaller. But because the meshes are smaller, I can't do some of the stuff that Minecraft can do. I can't do like fences that have a lot of detail in the block. So I actually am storing low precision coordinates. So I can do half height blocks. So I can't actually do stairs because I can't do half width X and Y coordinates in this system. I have a new system that I'm working on that's not on stream that does things in a different way, and it's much more expressive. I can do stairs and I can do other things, and it uses less storage. So you can almost always find ways to make things better. But the generator might be hard because I was trying to get to this point. You can't change what it does. I mean, you can. They do change it, but you'd prefer, when optimizing it, to not change the behavior at all. So, and it might be sensitive to even just like floating point rounding, which they probably can't do anything about with the Java. I don't know if order of operations is specified in Java. So you're limited in what you can do on optimizing Minecraft terrain generation. But the rendering should be fine if you weren't. And, Notch has said that when he was making Minecraft, he tweeted this once. I don't remember the pithy tweet he did, but when he was making Minecraft, he didn't know that he was making Minecraft. And had he known that, maybe he wouldn't have used Java. That if you're going to make the biggest game ever, maybe he would have done the work necessary to make it more performant and stuff like that. But he didn't know that that was what that game was going to become. Yeah, I'm just using a height map. I would like to change that. But the episode 32, we looked at the performance, And just generating the noise for the height field was actually taking a significant chunk of the time. And so I optimized that down so that I'm only evaluating the noise every 16 by 16 on a sparse grid. Trying to evaluate the noise on the full vertical thing is going to be really slow to get some proper turbulence and 3D shapes and stuff. I'd love to do that. I just need to figure out how I can do it efficiently. One thing is, of course, you don't have to do it efficiently. Minecraft, the terrain generation pops in. I would like to get to the point where the terrain generation doesn't pop in, because that means that I don't have to save the mesh to disk. I can save just the changes to disk, and then the disk thing can be much smaller. But it seems like it might be the case that if I want to do like the good turbulent noise vertically, I will just have to do what Minecraft does and save the built mesh to disk, because the meshing, the turning it into triangles goes pretty fast looking at the current profiles now that we tweak it. In which case we would get to a state where, as long as you're just revisiting stuff you've already seen, you'll never see pop-in, because the mesh building can happen at the outer edge fast enough. But when you're visiting new terrain, you will see pop-in. That would be I would like to not end up there. We might end up there. And it's OBBG. I would like the system to be flexible, so it probably should handle both cases. You might have a terrain generator that's fast enough to outrun your movement and have the option to not save it to disk at all. So the basic thing would be that OBG has the feature to both save the map to disk or to save just the edits to disk. The noise could be pre-calculated. The problem is, to make it non-repeating, you have to do something. Some kind of smarts. You can't just stamp down the exact same noise. You can't just stamp down the exact same noise at multiple octaves, because they'll still wrap the whatever the stamp size is. You know, if it's every 256, at two different scales, the 256 one is at 256 and one's at 512, and that means at 512 they both repeat. So you need to start doing relatively prime wrapping and doing a bunch of mods to look that up. That's going to be very high performance, and they'll still repeat at the least common multiple. If you were only 1D, you could probably do that. You could make sure the least common multiple is pretty small. But in 2D, you know, you have a 17 by 17 noise and a 19 by 19 noise and pick a bunch of primes, and multiply them together. Actually, that might work. I worry that there's not enough features there, that's too small. Like, repeating the same noise that small would be bad. And if you repeat larger noise, it start running into cache issues and stuff. Keep in mind, the core Perlin noise is pre-computed noise. With a table, it's just only a 1D table, and you have to look it up twice to get the 2D, and then you have to smooth it. So if you want your noise to be smooth, you need a smoothing in there, or you have to pre-compute the smoothing. And to pre-compute the smoothing, you have to use more storage to store the things in between the peaks that are smoothed. Do I have any thoughts about No Man's Sky in terms of performance? Well, early in the stream I discussed that choosing OpenGL 4.5 as a target is not something I would do for driver stability reasons. And someone was arguing that some of the performance was possibly down to driver support, that the drivers aren't well optimized for 4.5. I don't know if that's true. I haven't actually run it myself, and it can be hard to know what parameters other games are doing working within. So when you run something and say, this seems slow for what it's drawing, you may be missing out on what it's drawing. So not having even run it, I don't really have any comments to say there. Like, you know, the stuff I'm doing right now doesn't look like it should be hard to draw that much stuff, and it sometimes doesn't have trouble and sometimes does. It depends on the GPU. It's all sorts of things. A lot of the engineering has gone into keeping things small for the graphics. The mesh is small. And that's not necessarily important for performance. It depends whether you're bandwidth limited or not. And I don't know if this stuff is. It's there on the table to shrink it. It helps run pushing out the view distance in 32-bit, keeping it small as necessary. In 64-bit, less so. Although it has to live on the graphics card typically. You want it to live on the graphics card, so running on a 2 gigabyte graphics card, you're still limited how many meshes you can push down there. And one of the whole reason that we do this, and AAA games don't have to do this, is because we're making a fully unique terrain, like Minecraft. Everything is distinct. They're all cubes, but those cubes aren't, you know, you're not drawing 5,000 cubes by saying, here's a cube, draw it 5,000 times. You're just drawing these distinct meshes. And clearly No Man's Sky is doing that too. So who knows? Since I've never run it, I've seen videos of it, but I've never run it. I have no idea of the actual performance. Even if I had, I wouldn't really know what they're doing under the hood. You can miss subtle stuff. You know, maybe they have full screen passes that are doing anti-aliasing and screen space ambient occlusion and other things like that are important effects that you might not realize are happening, and yet that's, you know, taking up 10% or 20% of the frame rate. The only case you can be really sure is like, this should probably run 4 times faster. From what I'm looking at, seems like it could run 4 times faster. That's sort of the case where you might be willing to go out on a limb and make observations about other games' performance. But of course, you know, if it's CPU bound, then you can kind of blame them. But if it's GPU bound, then it's not clear they can actually make it 4x faster. Like, they're doing something that's making it GPU bound. Probably the CPU bound, but with No Man's Sky, I have no idea. You could try to do voxels by instancing, but instancing doesn't work well if you only have like 6 or 12 triangles in an instance. So, and the classic thing you do in a voxel block game is hide the faces that are up against other voxels. Massively reduces the number of voxels you have, or number of triangles you have to render, rather. Every instance, you can't easily do that. If you know your voxel has 6 sides, so each side could be drawn or not drawn. So you would have 2 to the 6 possible combinations. So you could build 64 meshes, each missing or not missing a side, and instance them all over the world to create your voxel stuff. Pretty sure that would be slower than this because the instancing doesn't like small meshes. Obviously, No Man's Sky actually is using voxels internally, just meshing them in a non-blocky way. Obviously, in the sense of if you followed the discussion. And some people, when they say voxels, actually mean that, which is why I keep calling it a block game, because people are anal about that. It's not a voxel if it's a textured block, or it's not voxels if they'll accept that they're voxels if they're textured blocks, but not if you have block shapes other than plain blocks, you know, like Minecraft does. So you have the half-height voxels, or half-height blocks, and you have stair blocks, and you have the fence blocks. They don't count that as a voxel game anymore. And some people are like, well, voxels are when you have this dense mesh that you draw in some way, like by making ISO surfaces of it, like Spore did for the creature creator, and that's getting to like a good, solid technical definition of voxel, and yet nobody looked at Spore Creature Creator and said that was a voxel game. So in the gamer parlance, that doesn't tend to happen. But that would be a perfectly reasonable hardcore stance on what voxel means. And I think that kind of argument about what a word means is dumb. Words mean things, and it's very important what they mean. It's not always dumb. But that kind of argument about it is not worthwhile. You're not... unless you have some serious affinity for a genre, and that genre uses one of these words, and games that other people use, that's the circumstance where I think people might use it meaningfully, but it's still a dumb standard draw. Just like pick a better name for your category of games that you like versus games that you dislike, other than using this sort of word that has lots of meanings. Don't say I only like voxel games if you don't like all games that use the word voxel. Like, pick a different thing. Anyway, all right. So, I'm not updating this anymore, so we don't need that. Where was the current state, right? I was getting really confused, and I think before I took the break, I think I'd spent the last maybe 30 seconds, maybe 3 minutes, I don't even know, actually in this mental state where I really wasn't actually thinking about the problem anymore. I was just like in a dream state almost, or something, where I wasn't even not making forward progress. I was just like not actually thinking about what I was supposedly thinking about. And I wasn't thinking about anything else either, though. So like it's a falling asleep state, except I wasn't falling asleep. And at some point I realized that was going on, and I was just like, okay, let's start over. All right, so estimated storage is going up and down. It is changing. So here it creates something, and that increases estimated storage. Then it fails to create something without freeing anything because it was lower priority. Okay. Then it gets something higher priority, this, and creates a dummy for it. But now the estimated storage is smaller. Well, it discarded things. So that would bring the estimated storage down. Let's print how big the dummies are. Wait, but then the dummy never shows up. That was the thing. We added a print statement to show... Yeah. So when we add the dummy... Let's print how big it is. Oh, thank you for reminding me to turn off the overlay. I don't look over at the screen enough, and the Twitch. So I have my. There we go. Trying to move my mouse cursor, and it was failing. I wasn't looking at the screen though, so I didn't know why. The Twitch window. Twitch window. There we go. Is not. Oh, it was scrolled. Okay, that's why I wasn't showing my preview. All right, so back on this thing. Stuff is happening. I'm not moving. And let's go look at the stuff that's happening. Pretty small dummies being installed. Okay, let's go back up to here. Failed to add. So we add a dummy 316, 315, 261. Let's print how big the thing is that we're freeing as well. I'm sure it's just going to add up to the numbers that we're seeing. It's not going to really help anything. Right here, this one. Okay. Dunk. All right. Free that much memory, 112040, and then add a dummy that big. But that 252440. We subtract 112040, so that would bring it down to 140 140,400. So this is not being added into the estimated storage. So it's either getting freed or it's not getting counted. So we discard, we create one, fail to add. So at this point, we free some stuff, we zero that out. Okay, because we did that. That's all the BMC. Don't touch this MC. We've installed this MC. Right, and it doesn't count because we're printing that when they are encountered, and they're never encountered right here. Dunk. Okay, let's assert that it's never even considered. That way we can see one in action. So this is not a valid assert. I expect this to get fired. And if it never gets fired, then there's a problem before this. Okay. So it never even sees a placeholder. So the consider mesh is never getting placeholders. Is valid. So let's try asserting that. Do we ever see... Oops, I didn't want to delete all that. Check that. And then we check that. But MC can be null, so we gotta be a little careful about that. Assert MC equals null for that. No, wait. Does not equal null and that. So we're looking to see if we ever get one in either of these places. And I expect, my guess at what the bug is, having no actual reason to think this, is that this one will trigger and this one will not trigger. So I assume the bug is that they're getting to here and not getting to here. But that's a total speculation. Based on not really actually thinking about what's happening in the code overall. I'm just like, okay, that seems the most likely place for this to go wrong at the moment. So I expect the first assert to get hit. But I expect the second assert will never get hit. Nope, okay, good. I'm wrong about my totally local theory. It does get to here. Okay, so somehow it goes wrong after getting to here, because we never hit it here. The priority doesn't care. The priority is recomputed here. Doesn't look at the MC priority. The dirty shouldn't matter. Is valid. Doesn't care. So it doesn't get priority discard. Let's check to make sure that happens. It's just, do we ever get... We should get this hitting sometimes. So we make sure it has a real priority. Aha! We don't hit this case. So is valid never true? I took it out of that. Is valid is the negation of this. Let me do that so I can see. It's not null. It's the right slot. Ah, the MCV buff. That's what's going wrong here. So that probably breaks something to take out that test. but we'll have to find out what that breaks and figure out how to unbreak it a different way, because we need to not rely on that here. Did I forget to reverse something? It is valid is deciding whether we need to regenerate. Let's reverse that again, actually. Let's put it back. Let's change it from is valid to needs building. Then we don't have to negate it here. We don't want the V-buff. So now this was saying it needs building if V-buff is 0. But what does that mean? I don't know what circumstance that would happen. I thought it was supposed to not need building if V-buff is 0. That might be stale. I used to use V-buff being 0 to mean it's invalid. So now this needs to change to needs building. That. So if it needs building, don't store the old MC. If it doesn't need building, oh, is that going to interfere with the placeholder? Because it does need building if it's a placeholder. We're cheating. There are two cases that needs building, and we're explicitly handling it. Okay. So then, I'm going to need this to be needs building. So it's dirty if it needs building. It's not null, and it's dirty. That seems a little bit redundant because the needs building includes MC dirty. So if it's dirty, it will always be needs building. So I think that's redundant. Let's see. Yeah, I should have done that instead of using the to-do list for those other ones. I should have just stuck those in. Is valid. Wait, what? Is valid. Oh, updating the priority. We don't bother updating the priority. That doesn't seem right. That does not seem right. Wonder what conditions do we update the priority? Why would we ever set it to priority discard if it exists? What was the logic for saying it to priority discard? Anybody remember why I want to set to priority discard? No. Under the old logic. Okay. If it was the wrong chunk, which is this case, then we definitely want to discard the existing one and build a different one to replace it. That's the case if needs building is true. Right, we're discarding the garbage one. So if needs building is true if the existing chunk is no longer serving our purposes. So if the existing chunk is no longer serving our purposes, it's okay to discard the existing chunk. But this is only the priority of the chunk, not of the thing we sort on, which is the consider mesh. The chunk, it gets that priority. Okay, that makes sense. We can always discard that chunk because it's not serving any useful purpose. That is not the case if it's a placeholder for size info. We should come into this path with placeholder for size info. Now that we fixed the VBuff. We do. Okay, so sometimes we do hit this case. Maybe I fixed the bug. Let's see. Okay. Can I move? I can move. Things pop in. Now they don't. Oh, they do. I'm just not moving fast enough. Okay. Our total in cache staying at 7 megabytes. Nothing flickering. If I stop moving, it stops generating. Nothing's getting generated if I'm not moving. I think I fixed it. I think we finally got this done. I said when I started, hopefully this won't take all day. We had to split the day up due to network connectivity, and it took all day. We're now at 3 hours in this part 2. I don't know how long part 1 went. I think it's working. Let us push. So there's a couple things we need to do. So the fog, we doubled the distance so that we could see what was going on at the limit. Let's checkpoint this. Yeah, commit -a. Maybe kinda fixed. Maybe kinda got size megabyte. It's not right, megabyte. Byte size limit for mesh cache working. And so then let's roll back the various stuff we did to help us debug it. So this is that. We will push the fog in, and then the request meshes, we don't request an extra border anymore, which allows us to see the pop in as well. And so now let's push that back in. So now we'll generate a border outside the fog. And it'll still pop in because we're hitting the size limit, I expect. We should still see pop in. Yeah. Because we're stuck at that 7 megabyte size with the 8 meg cache. So now, 7 8 meg cache, let's multiply that by 16, which is what, 64? No, that would be multiplied by 8. What did I go from? 23 to 28, 26. 20 is 1 megabyte. 26, that's 64. Okay, so now we shouldn't see pop in unless we can't keep up, which we can look at the thread timings and see if they get overloaded as we move. So it does actually want a sign of off-center thing. Remember I did the off-center priorities? You actually kind of want that so that when you're moving, the edge doesn't all pop in at the same time. Now because it's a round edge, it won't quite be all at the same time you might think, but that's not true because we're moving our position by integer steps in chunks because we're looking at the distance in chunks only. Like I say, it looks like I can't see any pop in now. I kind of saw a pop there maybe, but it might have been the fog. Oh, I definitely saw a pop in. Definitely seeing pop in. But that may just be because, as I've said before, the generator can't keep up with my full flying speed. You'd think at this... Yeah, that's definitely popping in. You'd think at this short view radius it should be able to keep up. So I think I need to spread the load smarter. Should I do that now? So what I need to do is rather than measure from the chunk centers for this, I actually need to measure from the camera coordinates. What is CamX? Is that why I passed in CamX? Let's just do that. For now, that shouldn't change anything. That's exactly the same code. We're just computing it down here. So then the priority, right here, we get the world coordinates of the chunk. We want the center of that. So, did I explain that adequately? The whole, the things popping in because they're all being... The whole point of that is all the requests come at the same time. And we then only have the movement across one chunk before they're visible. Although that should happen every chunk. I don't know. If we're always building the margins, I don't know. Am I... Maybe you don't need this. Maybe you shouldn't need this, and maybe there's some other issue. But let's try this. So what we want to do is say dist x equals maybe x plus chunk center x. So that's the center of the chunk minus cam x. Now this is still only in integers. It's block centered, and that's just because I only passed in the integer one, so whatever. I'll use that. Not quite as fine-grained as you might like. So now the priority can be dist x times dist x plus dist y times dist y, and I already coded these values to use 50k, so they weren't in chunk coordinates, they were already in world coordinates, just in case I already did this. This goes on this line just for clarity. And try that. These are floats already, aren't they? No, dist x, dist y are integers. So I still need float casts. And this one's the Q chunks. So I do still need the Q chunks, okay. Didn't want to move them down here. I just passed them in so I wouldn't have to recompute them. But that's okay. We can recompute them. That is not a big deal. Do here where we compute the radius as well. All right. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm in a debug build, so who knows how representative the performance of this is too. But we'd like to see a more steady state, basically, where the job counts stay relatively stable. Like if you sum the jobs in a column, like say don't look at the gen cache column, don't look at the mesh column, look at the gen cache column. Those numbers are big. Look at the height field. Wait, why are they not the same? They are the same. Okay. So look at the gen cache column. Oh, I totally outran it? No, I was just totally high above. Here we can cheat and go under the train and watch it fade in. Yeah, I don't see any pop in now. So I think that might have actually helped. The thing is that if you sum up the numbers horizontally, you'll see they don't actually add up to 1 second. Like if you sum the times, you'll see we're not actually spending a second on each thread. We're spending, 0.10 to 0.2 on the mesh, and then 0.07. Like I can't freeze this, unfortunately. But it looks like it's spending maybe. Wait, those are 0.0 milliseconds? Has this been wrong all the time? Have I always been printing, or is this actually spending that little time? Those must be seconds, not milliseconds, right? I forgot to multiply them by thousands. I just didn't think about it. There's no way those are milliseconds. Where is that printed? Threads. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, okay, I forgot to multiply them by 1,000. All right, good. So, by doing it camera-centric instead of chunk-centric, the chunks were all getting requested at the same time when you moved into a new chunk. And so it wasn't able to offload the work very efficiently. Why is this never getting a gen caches on the first? Okay, there it goes. It's very odd that adding that print seems to have changed. Oh no, I was never looking at that column, right? So yeah, 30, 152, 122. So say 325, 400. So I think it's spending maybe, this is a debug build, it's spending maybe 600 milliseconds per second in the jobs and idle. So it is idle most of the time, or not most of the time, enough of the time. As long as it's idle some of the time, that means you're out racing things and you shouldn't get any pop-in, but now we're seeing pop-in. So there's probably a bias, and directional dependent bias. Can I tell which way I'm facing? No, but I can tell which way I'm traveling. I'm going in negative y. So there might be a bias where the negative y, or I might need to just push the radius out by 2 or something, which would be kind of bad because you have to generate more chunks, but so now let's go ahead and turn off minimize memory and push the radius way far out and stay in debug, so it will never be able to do it. and we'll keep the size. Where do we set the size? Also render. Keep the size here at 64 megabytes. So this should show pop in everywhere because we'll be hitting this limit all the time. So first of all, let's just not move and watch it pop in until it hits the cache limit. So the thing is, it used to, actually I don't want to hit the cache limit in debug, it's going to take forever. I have to lower it. Oh, it's still at 64. It's still taking a long time to get to that. Let's do it to 32 and see what happens. The fog distance was multiplied by 2 for debugging, yes, and I already changed that back. It was multiplied by 2 so that things would show. And there was a 1 thing radius. Okay, so that has hit the limits, it's hit the cache limit. Alright, so now we drive along and it'll rebuild things, and the cache should not increase. And let's look at this version of the cache, which also overlays some annoying stuff. Cache seems to be staying. Look at the queue chunks, 49 in frustum of 145 valid of 146 in range. Everything seems reasonable. View distance 1500 blocks, but obviously not because it's hitting the cache size limit. Alright, let's go to a release build. I also want to do this, minimize memory. I want to have different settings for this depending on this. If def minimize memory, then we'll have a small cache. Else we'll have a large cache. Alright, so the 512 megabyte limit, I expect to be able to see this. I don't know how long it's going to take to fill out to that limit. Usually takes a while. Oh, and we hit a bug. Hooray. Debug, release only bug. Let's try in debug anyway, but boom, 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 boom. So the other thing we still need to debug, thinking about the performance, is it looked to me an earlier time when I was debugging this stuff that some gen chunks were getting created and never used. They were being abandoned without getting used. So some of the effort being put into the gen cache here may not be good. Now, when we're not moving, the load is definitely worse. The gen cache, it's spending way more time on gen cache than mesh. And that's because shouldn't really call it gen cache, it's gen chunk. The gen chunks are cached, and we need 4 by 4 of them. And if the cache is large enough, you only ever build each gen cache thing once. But if the cache is too small, you'll have to build them multiple times. And when you're moving, you just have this wavefront. You're moving in a. Because I'm in debug. You're moving in a circle. You're moving a circle shape, stepping it along. So each time you step it one chunk to the right, the right edge of the circle, all of those chunks have to get built, and the ones on the left side get discarded. So you have that wavefront that's getting built, and that may cache reasonably well. You build that, and while you're building that, the ones that get shared between adjacent ones get used, and then you step again, and maybe the second wavefront, it still has the first one in cache because you need a few of those along the edges. But when you're building out from the center, the caching may not be working that well. It may work very well at the very beginning, as long as the circle that you're building out fits in the cache. But as soon as that starts to go outside the edge of the cache, now they're just going to be stomping each other, and probably is a bit inefficient in that. But the thing where they're getting generated and never used is an even worse problem. So you kind of expect that behavior. It might be slower sitting in one place, slower starting up than once you're moving, once it's finished and you're able to start moving. It's not related to moving or not moving. It's related to that you're in the startup phase. So you expect that performance trade-off. You expect that the ratio of meshing to gen cache may be different between starting up and moving. But some of it may just being entirely wasted if the gen chunk are actually never getting used. That shouldn't happen. It's supposed to cache them in the mesh chunk statuses as well, so that any gen chunk that gets created is always used for that mesh chunk that required it initially. And the only way you would get a gen chunk that never got used was if it got created for a mesh and then that mesh got abandoned, which could happen at the edges. If you requested a chunk and started to build it, but it was low priority, and then you moved away from it again, it's going to say, oh, I don't need that mesh chunk anymore, and it's going to actually abandon those gen chunks. And so you will see some gen chunks that get started and then abandoned. That's correct behavior. There's code in there to deal with that case. But you shouldn't see a lot of them. And that was the issue, is whether we might be having a lot of them there because of a bug or something. Okay, so we're getting up. Oh, no, it's 512 is the limit, not 256, so we got to wait a lot longer. So, yeah, questions or whatever. Maybe you can generate by priority the ones that are in the direction you start walking or the direction you start moving your mouse. Yeah, you could do it based on facing. I don't do it based on facing because in this game you can, mouse look and turn around instantly. Well, I don't have the settings high enough to turn instantly, but you can turn fast, and I don't want them to pop in when you turn. In fact, Minecraft didn't used to do it. Seems like Minecraft changed that, because I definitely saw a change in, like, you look at some stuff, you turn around and you walk 8 blocks, and then you turn around again and the stuff has disappeared, and it has to rebuild it all. And keeping extra stuff that you can't see in memory is a memory thing, not a performance thing. There's no reason not to keep that stuff in memory except for size. And I don't know why Minecraft switched to start doing that, but that's the whole thing in the STB voxel render. There's the little joke that's the 360 no load, which is a reference to that issue, not necessarily in Minecraft specifically, but that idea that you're better off doing that. Now, you can definitely, what you said is prioritize the ones that you're facing. You can definitely do that. But once you're moving, that circle that you're updating when you step is this curve, and you're moving that way. So you might not be facing that way, but if you assume you're facing the way you move, it's a 180-degree circle. So, you could prioritize the ones in the middle more. But if you're allowed to sidestep, so you're sidestepping and looking, so you're looking perpendicular, you'd want to prioritize those. And you could try to do that. And if you ever, it would make it so you'd only ever see it if you were moving that way, and then you turned the mouse 90 degrees right at the right time. It's possible you could do something like that. Basically, that's not a terrible idea. You have to draw them in some priority order, and you might as well pick the priority order that matches the frustum in some sense. But ideally, the system would be in a state where it doesn't matter. It can keep up, so it's not really an issue. Okay, so it stopped total in cache 377 megabytes. Why did it stop there? Did it not hit the cache limit? Is that why it stopped there? Okay, and now it's building more stuff in the cache. Wait, so why is this view distance no longer generating as much data? It used to go up to a gigabyte. Right? I ran this test in release, and it was up to a gigabyte. So yeah, I've totally outrun it because it's such a big distance, as expected. And now the cache is growing because it can fit a bunch of stuff it doesn't need. So if I turn around and go backwards, nothing will pop in because it doesn't need to generate any caches. It'll have to do meshes. So like if I wait for this to finish, which I probably don't want to do, if I waited for this to finish, so for all the times of the jobs to go to 0, then I could turn around and go in that direction, and we should see only mesh generation happen and no gen chunk. No mesh generation. Nothing should happen, right? The gen chunks would always happen. Oh, we're going to hit the cache limit, though. We're going to hit the 512 here. But I'm confused because I could have sworn when I was testing this before, the requested in cache had gone up to a gig. Oh, I pulled in the view range. That's why. I only pulled it in like 20 or 30%, but because it's an n squared thing, that actually cut it in half or something. So there we go. We hit the cache limit, and it's still generating. So these things will have to get rebuilt as we go to them, because now it started discarding them from the cache. All right. So that all seems reasonable. Just got to figure out what this release-only bug is, which is not going to be fun. So yeah, it's building stuff. Can't tell. Let's stop printing all that stuff. Although maybe we need that actually for debugging the release build. We'll need to print off a ton of stuff. It's the exact same spot. MCS rebuild chunks. So it's like we're getting a null MCS here. Let's go to disassembly. And we're accessing 10 bytes off of EAX. So what's EAX? EAX is null. So yeah, it's a null MCS. How did we get a null MCS? Well, it's this whole thing over again, right? We are supposed to be guaranteeing that the MCS is not null, and it never is in debug, because we just traversed this list and made sure we had an MCS because we alloced it. Only way this would fail is if you could alloc a mesh and they both fell in the same slot, but the MCS cache is intentionally oversized to avoid that possibility, as I recall. And anyway, that would happen to debug as well as in release. There's no way that would be a debug specific bug. Mesh chunk status 64 by 64. As opposed to gen chunk cache. No, as opposed to the view radius in chunks. So how big is a chunk again? 64, right? Yeah. So chunk is 64. So the mesh chunk status cache is 64 by 64. It's 64 entries, 64 chunks. So that's 64 times 64, which is 2 to the 12, which is 4K. So it's a 4K radius, so 2K, or 4K diameter, so 2K radius. So as long as you can't see more than a 2K radius, this is going to have enough entries. And we're definitely in that state currently. If you tried to push out the view distance to 2K, you might have problems. So what? How could MCS be null? We alloc it. We don't return null here. We don't return null here. Can't be null. But then we go back and we get the chunk again, and it's changed state. Somebody else has updated it. Somebody has updated it. And now we hit this case. I think that was why I wasn't setting it to invalid here, was because... No, I guess that's reasonable. Wait, didn't I have a whole thing where this needed to have the same code as this, and then I backed that out and I never put it back in? Right? Does that seem familiar to people? I don't want to... No, I do want to do that. Okay. So let's go back and re-enable that fix. And see if it still work. Alright. Maybe that was the fix for this. Please be the fix for this. Please, please, please. Dang it. Nope. Nothing to do with it. Darn you to heck and back. What happens? I guess we can just print them again. Do I still have the old prints, or did I disable them entirely? Oh, they were printfs instead of debugs. I don't know if I can call fclose from inside the debug off in a release build, so I think I have to actually ODS it. Which is just slow. That's why I didn't want to do it. Search for Dwarf Fortress here. Oops, never finished that. Oh, that was a graphics glitch. Nice. Okay. Let's try it. See what we get. Immediate failure. What was in the output window here? Boy, we hit that many times in this processing loop. Or else it's a threading thing. Could be a threading thing. Why do these all have the same MCS? I don't understand. Don't understand why they're all the same. Don't understand why it returns null once. When there was only... How does n... Aren't we printing one for every n increment? Yes. We print processing. Oh, if there's no swap current processing, then these have already been done. Okay, so this is how it can fail. Right. So there's nothing currently processing. So we don't rebuild the list. We have the old list, an earlier list that we've processed more than once. So this isn't going to be helpful. All right, I totally missed that when I was looking at this before. Okay, so we come in here. We don't have an old list. We run through our current processing list. We get the MCS. It somehow is null. How can it be null? Somebody made it invalid. That's a mesh chunk status. I want... That's the chunk status, which is, I think, the gen chunk status. No, it is the mesh chunk status. Okay. So how do they make them status invalid? If we abandon it, or if we finish it. Okay, so let's print that. And where do we alloc them? All right, now let's see what happens. It didn't print anything. None of the prints ever fired. That's not very helpful. Did I delete them? What happened to them? Oh, I deleted them. That's why. Because I deleted them. Why did I delete them? Because I thought I didn't need them anymore. Because I understood the order things are happening in and I didn't need them anymore. But I'm wrong. I need them. So, ODS Okay, but these don't actually necessarily alloc. Right, and the requested meshes will be different every time because there's multiple requested mesh lists. And this doesn't always allocate because it does just come from that. So I may not get any useful data from this after all. And then burp. Okay. Now let's see what this does again. But they never get created is kind of weird. How did the create never print? Shouldn't the very first one get created? Get chunk status alloc. Doesn't print anything here because it already exists. Abandons the existing one. If possible. Prints that it allocates. Do we never hit this line? We never hit that line. How did we ever return a non-zero MTS? I don't understand. What am I missing? Is there another place that allocates MTSs? Are they not being initialized correctly? Do we not initialize this? We don't initialize this. How do we detect if it's invalid? Chunk status invalid, which is 0. The whole thing is statically initialized to 0. That should always fire. I've never even hit that line? What? Is this the debugger just lying to me? Because I'm debugging release? Possibly. Oh, it definitely hit that. Trans processing. Are my mutexes not working? Well, how could that? What? How? What? How do you ever get in this loop without getting in this loop? Okay, do we ever get in this loop? No. Do we ever swap meshes? Where's the swap meshes? No. We never request any meshes according to this. Who knows if it's telling the truth, like, but... So it claims we never see any rendering meshes yet. This is during startup. It hasn't started rendering. So it shouldn't have any requests. So we should get down here and have no requests. And n should be 0. Did we not initialize n to 0? We did not. No. There you go. Uninitialized variable. Most likely scenario for debug versus release. Yay. Okay, let me turn off all the ODSs. let's see how this does. Now, worker threads cannot easily be turned off. They used to be able to, and now they can't. All right, estimated storage and creating. I want to turn those off in here. All right, oh, discard. All right. Hopefully it gets rid of our debugs view. Yep, that was it. Still popping in. Am I in release? I'm in release. Okay. So yeah, this is back where we were, where I'm like, this is slower than I would like. Also, the millisecond version prints less consistently than the seconds version because it drops the leading zeros. And that's actually bad, because the formatting is less clean. So we need to add a space for the leading zeros. FMS. MS, no. Percent FMS. It should be FMS. Oh, I'm in the wrong file. What's this? The thread timings has a percent 4.2. This takes up 1 character, 2 characters, 3 characters. The leading zero is 4 characters. Right, I don't want the fractions. I want percent 3. No decimal point. I want to just round it to integers. See how that looks. Anyway, so the worker threading, the whole threading system, I intended it to be turn offable. So unfortunately, the space character is not the same width as the numbers, or some numbers are numbers all the same width? I think they are in this font, but I forgot to make space to be the same width as a number, so I need to tweak that, and then they'll stay fixed. So yeah, it used to be that there's a single threaded version you can enable, but it's broken. I haven't bothered maintaining it. I do need to go back and turn that back on to help with debugging stuff that's not thread dependent. However, this stuff was mostly thread dependent. None of this stuff was being exercised in the single threaded path, I think. Well, obviously the max size. But the point is, like, a single threaded version of the max size is easier to do. I guess it would have been the same code, maybe. So maybe it would have been better. But anyway, you can see we're not using 100% of our time. What? Huh? Did I multiply by the wrong thing? If I screenshot one of those, because that's the only way I can pause it. $67 milliseconds plus 3 milliseconds plus 23 milliseconds plus 11 plus 2 plus 10. That does not add up to 1,000 milliseconds. What is going on here? Is it not requesting enough meshes per frame? So it could be. How is the gen caching that fast? Am I printing off by 10? No, it's times 1,000, right? Not times 100. It's times 1,000, right? Where was that? It's here. 1,000 times the seconds. That puts you in milliseconds. Man, how would that be wrong? Well, it was more than 100, so. All right. Did it add up to more than 100? No. Those are, now it's correct. My machine flaked out. No, I had moved. Maybe I did something that got it into a weird state. Nope, no, it's still low. It's getting lower. But it is over 100. So something is going wrong and it's not actually getting full use. I should print out the total. J equals 0, j plus an 8 plus j. Yeah, I'm not printing all tasks. Float total equals 0, total plus equals thread timing of I dot time of j. Pause plus equals sprint f buffer plus pause, comma, quote, %3 DMS. 4 DMS. Quote. Total. That's int 1000 times total. Tread timing? Nope. Not correct. Okay, yeah. They ain't running full time at all. What's going on there? Alright, let's make sure we're passing in enough requested meshes. So there's a limit on how many requested meshes, I think. I don't know if that's... How are those communicated? Requested meshes. Who controls those lists? I don't know. Max built meshes? No, that's how many return. I think. Maybe it is that. Maybe that is the limit. It's only requesting 60 meshes at a time, and that's not enough. Requested meshes. Wrong one. I want this one. Yeah, we're only allowed to request that many. Maybe that's not enough. I wouldn't think so, but let's allow us to request 64. It used to be full. It used to always be at 100%, it seemed like. The numbers were large enough that they were at 100. Something's going wrong. Or I'm measuring wrong. I'm not measuring all the time. I can only have 64 outstaying per frame, and it's only building around 15 per second. So I definitely should be requesting enough for it to work. Oh, it's not including the physics ones? No, it is including the physics ones. Surely it is. Maybe it's not. That's in Mesh Builder. Okay, yeah, the terrain chunks just get generated whether they're physics or not, so they definitely get counted for that. And then the physics task is here. And we don't profile it. Where's the profiling? Where's the profiling? Show me some profiling. I don't remember how to do the profiling. I'm just looking here at its add time. So let's look for add time in this file. Make sure we don't overlap anything. Okay, here, add time. Start add time for that one. So now in this one. Nope, okay. There are none. There are no add times in this, so we're not timing this. So here we want to add time, thread ID, start, and it's a slot number, I guess. Add time, how does this work? Yeah, job. Where are the job names coming from? Just in the main somewhere. Yeah, they're here. Light, physics, scan. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Let's just add all of them. Thread timing, listing OBJ data, thread timing. I should have checked in, that's dumb. What's the variable name? I don't know, but it has the variable time in it somewhere. Thread timing. Where's thread timing coming from? Goes up to 32. Okay. Oh, right. We do it this way. Yeah. Okay. So we already got enough. We can add them all up. We're not going to bother printing the new ones, so we just skip them. So we're going to go up to 8. And then red time. It's in mesh builder. Nope. Query thread info, sorry. Mem copies everything. Using size of, so we don't care. Okay, so that'll all work. So back to the add time here. So we're going to add time to the job scan. We need to make an enum for all this. So we need a start. Find somebody who's setting it. Have a combined one so I don't have to retype it all. No, okay. So job 9, start there, sample the time here. Boom. Now it gives us the time we spent scanning everything, but it also includes the physics building, but I think the physics building is supposed to be very fast. So we'll leave it at that for first rev. No, I'm not. Oh, I was saying the wrong button. Wasn't that what I was using? You would int. Oh, no, it's lowercase I. And so my toes are still too small. So I'm still being idle all the time or something. I don't know how that could happen. Don't know what's going on there. Don't think that was what was happening before. But maybe it was. Maybe I didn't notice it. So I wasn't printing the total. Let's move the start up to here. Wait, generate chunk. Oh, right, because generate chunk is getting measured elsewhere. So we don't want to move the start up. We're assuming that not much time passes here. But of course there's a malloc. That's never going to be enough to do this, but we'll do that. Make sure the malloc is included in that thing. This loop is not a spin loop. It's supposed to be waiting to get woken up, so it's expected to be idle, and we don't want to count the time that it's idle. Or we could explicitly count the time that it's idle and make sure that's where the missing time is going. So let's do that. Yeah, let's just use the next one. That's fine. But we'll have to actually print it now. What was that? 10? 10. Yes, this is all terrible. I really got to put in the enum for that. Yeah, that looks about right. You know, it's fuzzily correct. So it is going into the idle time. Look how many times it's idle. So it finishes a job and it goes idle and waits a long time. Waits about 10 milliseconds. Maybe I start time slicing. Maybe it's forced to go idle. They're not getting scheduled to different cores. They always go to the wake up. Do they always go to wake up even if there's work available? That might be the issue. They're always going to sleep and waiting for someone else to wake them up instead of saying, wait, there's pending work. But how do they know there's pending work? They need to grab the lock and look at there being pending work. Currently, the only way we know about pending work is by waking somebody. Let's check this theory. Okay, what actually happens here? We try and get a task immediately. We don't wait. We try to get a task. If there's no task, this is shut down. We don't care about that. If there's no task, then we wait. And then we wait for someone else to wait. If we do get a task, we don't wait. We waited basically no time. We include it, but we waited no time. We wake up somebody else because we got work. So odds are there's more work for somebody else. There might not be. We might wake them up unnecessarily, but let's assume there is. So we wake them. Then we go in and we process our job. This is a function that's called once. Mesh worker handler? No, it's not. It's a loop. Right. Yeah, so we queried for work. We got our work. We process our work. We don't do any waiting or anything in here. We just process our work. Boom. We accumulate some time, and we loop. Loop comes back. We immediately ask for more work. So somehow, there's not enough work. How could there not be enough work? Well, let's just bump that up just to be on the safe side. Nope, still spending most of its time in the idle on the very final column here. Why are they idle? This may be the source of the whole problem, is that when I rewrote that system to get rid of the manager, the worker manager was always sitting there, always finding the new work and making it available to everyone. Maybe there's a logic flaw here. And everything is slower. I said a long time ago, didn't this used to be faster? And maybe all these threads are idle most of the time because I broke something. Well, I could have sworn when I was doing the performance optimization, it was running full out, that the numbers were adding up. That's all ancient. So Why else would it be idle? I have a ton of work being requested. In theory. How much work do I actually request? See how big M is here. Yeah, we have 256 meshes requested. Meshes requested. This one is even still idle in the debug build, the same amount. 256 meshes. So we're filling them all out. These are all real requested. Yep, they are real requests. So we come in with 256 requests. Boom. We just filled out, what did we fill out? Get requested mesh alternate. Which ones get requested mesh alternate? We filled out empty meshes. So then most recent render meshes gets empty meshes. So now they're all in most recent render meshes. So here, we then wait for that to swap. Boom, now they're all in current processing meshes. Which should be, this is where we are in the stack. Yep. Oops. That was accident. I don't want this in a different window. I want this in the same window. How do I drop that on? Oh, I just crashed BC6 or something. Or it just drew. It didn't update the draw. Yeah. It's that it's the OBS graphics issue. It's stopping though when I... That's weird. Oh, it just stops rendering at a certain point, but it is still actually happening. So how do I get these onto each other? I don't remember anymore. Is it this button? No. Oh, yeah, I don't want that. How do I redock it? I don't... Or tab dock it. I don't remember. I don't remember how you get something to be back onto tabs. Oh well. Alright, well, let's not worry about it right now. So let's go back in here. Swapped is true, return swapped. We go into here. Alright, here's the new meshes. We're scanning the list. Let's break here and see how big I got. We found 256 meshes that were requested. And then we won't know how big N is. 256. So we got 256 unique requests. Alright, so let's go find a case where a worker says, I've got no work. What's a circumstance where a worker says, I've got no work, and goes idle? Which is right here. Alright, let's run, Alt-Tab, break. Okay, boom, I hit it. This worker says, I've got no work. Let's step in. So there's nothing to swap. And N is 0. Because there's no requested meshes. That's wrong. Okay. So we changed this from N to searching for the first invalid. But we don't cache N. So that's why this had to work the way it worked. So it has to go max build meshes. And then say if rm status state equals rms invalid, break. It's all code that used to be in here. And then in here, right at the end, we say if I less than max build meshes, then current processing meshes of I dot. So we broke that when we did we broke this pretty recently. We broke this yesterday. So yeah, when we were optimizing, it was all fine. State equals RMS invalid. Okay, so that loop, that n variable was not valid if you didn't go into this if. And we had to force that out here. But what we actually want is to say int n equals 0 here and get rid of the global n, and then we'll know it's invalid to use it outside of that scope. All right, now our idle time is still higher than you'd like. It's still spending 10% of its time idle. Don't know why. Shouldn't. Doesn't seem like that should happen. But okay, now we go to release, and now it will fill in a lot faster than it used to. Should be 3 times faster. Still spending 100 milliseconds per second. Still spending 10%. Oh, now it's going up. The idle time is going up. Look at that. Idle time is still 25%. But it is filling in faster. In fact, it looks like it's filled into the distant. Like, I don't see it. It's still building stuff, but I don't see what it's building anymore. I guess the fog doesn't exactly match. The fog fade out doesn't exactly match the radius. There it goes. It stopped. We have 512 megabytes of cache that we can fill, and we crash. At this point again. We're back on this again. Did I do that other changes to fix this bug? Is that why I did those stuff? The ARM state development. But no, it used to. It used to have a case, but it didn't break. It used to keep going. And so then it was getting to garbage data. Now it should never get to garbage data because as soon as it hits the first invalid, it stops, and there's always an invalid at the end. I set it to the wrong one. Okay, now it'll work. Now all the bugs are fixed. Yeah, it's not the debug versus release idle amount. There's always work to do. I'm not moving. All the work is just always available. So there's really no reason for it to be idle. Everything it's trying to do, it's now queuing up 256 meshes, so there's always work available. So I can't see any reason why this would not work. And yeah, it's still going up. Like, as long as it has work to do, until it goes to 0, it should not want to go idle. So there's still something wrong here. Wait, why is it spending? It should go to 1,000 idle. I'm not printing the right thing for idle. I'm printing the wrong one. That's got to be it, right? I should just do the enums, right? I should just switch it over to the enums now instead of fighting with this stupidity, the dumb string thing here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Idle is number 10. Idle time is 10. Is anybody else in the slot 10? No. Let's bracket the weights instead of the loop. Oh, well, I'll have a higher job count for it, but just to make sure it's not something else. That idle time is just going higher and higher, it seems like. The job counts didn't actually go up. Ah, but now the wait time is showing correctly. The idle times are up at 1,000. So why were they not when I had this outside? How does that... how does that one work, but this one doesn't work? That doesn't make any sense. But even the 10% idle is terrible. There's just no reason anything should ever be idle. And yes, I still see it going up to 340 and stuff. Okay, so now the idle time counts are higher, which is weird because now it's outside the loop. I thought it would be higher when it was inside the loop. Well, the inside the loop, it shouldn't normally loop multiple times. The looping multiple times happens if the thread gets woken up, but then there's no actual work to do, which shouldn't really happen. Like, there might be some thread timing cases where it could happen, or if the wake up is waking up multiple threads, it would happen all the time. So back to 0. How can that happen? Get performance counter must actually be treating idle threads differently, or something. Or the get next task. Oh, this is profiling get next task. That's why that's bad. Is get next task already doing its own profiling? Yes. Get next task is doing its own profiling, and I'm accounting for that in here. That's where that idle time is coming from. So there's no actual idle time here. So does SDL performance count not measure idle time? Is that intentionally not measuring the idle time, which would be legit, but not what I want? SDL performance counter. It's not what query performance counter does, which is what I thought SDL get performance counter was doing. Doesn't give you any info about what it is. Great. Okay, thank you, SDL. I assume it's just a wrapper around query performance counter. And there's no way that should... Okay, right. So this is saying I'm not spending any time idle. Even once it stalls, though. So I could buy that I'm not spending any time idle when it's running, and I was just printing out bogus data because I was measuring the wrong thing, and because it was measuring get next task. This is one of the reasons why you'd prefer not to actually do functions in here. If the get next task were its own line, that could do get next task and then start and then add around it. But because I was space concise and I put a function that takes a long time into a while conditional, I can't mark it up separately. So if we do that, we do hit it, but we don't spend time in it. We don't hit it. Oh, I know why it goes to 0 at the end. It goes to 0 at the end because it never wakes, not even once a second, and so it just never reports any time. And so what's going to happen is when it wakes up, it's suddenly going to say, oh my gosh, I've accumulated so much time, and we'll see that time be really large for 1 frame. Or 1 second, because it's only updates every second. So we'll see that happen. Okay, it totally makes sense now. I just wasn't understanding what I was measuring. It doesn't. The fact that the idle times are as high as they are right now doesn't make sense. But them going to 0, look at that. They go up to 1,000. Wait, now they're going up to 1,000. Why are they getting woken up at all? Oh, because the renderer is requesting stuff every frame. So one of them gets woken up every frame to go look. And that's the scan time. That we're not printing. Right, didn't I add the scan thing? So when the rendering request happens, we do a get next task, we do in here, we get this. I thought I added the scan. What happened to that? Did I not add those? Did I talk about adding them and never add them? 9. Here's 9 being added. Okay, yeah, no, I do start at the beginning and the end. Okay, so that's scan, which I'm not printing, but I do accumulate into the total. That's 10. What about 8? Oh, right, I want to look for add time instead of trying to search for that. 9, 10, 8. I never do the physics. Right, because it's included in the scan time, and I just decided it wasn't worth the effort to break it out. Okay, so the question there, since it is accumulated in the scan time, is does it add up to 1,000? And it does. Okay, so scan time, which is not being printed, does bring our total up to 1,000, and our idle times are still significant. So those idle times are real idle times. It's really idling. It's not doing anything other than idling, because we know the scan times are being included, and everything sums. So the idle can't be misreporting something else, or else it wouldn't sum to 1,000. So it's really going idle for some unknown reason. And we're going to stop there. I'm not going to try to figure out why. So, done in today's stream. Did I call that 30? Okay, so, so Meeblo, are you still in the chat? Or okay, I'll do that. I'll do that in chat, not on the stream. So yeah, that I mislabeled these. This is 34. We make vertex buffer cache. Put megabyte limit on vertex buffer cache. That's what we did in today and yesterday's stream. All right, so pretty much works. Let's make sure we have a to-do about this problem. And let's commit it and push it. So yeah, that's it. People have questions or anything, let me know. Just tell me what's going on. So we already checked in. What did we check in? I don't know what the, maybe kind of got bite size limit for mesh cache working. Mesh cache size is really working. Fix some various bugs, including release only and incorrect processing of previous frame of old requested mesh lists of not freshly updated requested mesh lists. I think that's reasonable. There you go. And then I'll push it. Current branch working has no upstream branch. Oh, I've been working and working. How nice. Git checkout master. Git merge working. Git push. I didn't actually try compiling it. I guess I should do that just in case. I don't think I had anything else in master, so it shouldn't be changed. Okay. It looks like it's all still working. All right. So let's look at what chat is doing. Kill that. Okay. You type fast. Yes, I've been typing for 37 years. I did not take typing instruction. I just naturally got speedy over time. Hi, what do I study to become a game programmer like you? I got this question a lot and I never answer it because I don't have a good answer, because at this point I'm accumulated 37 years of experience. How I learned when I started out is nothing like what you need to do starting out now, and I'm just not an expert in what you need to do starting out now. I know a lot about what you need to know to be me, and I could tell people that, like, here are the things you need to learn to know everything I know. Well, but you don't need to be me. You want to be a good programmer, but that doesn't mean you have to know the things I know exactly. So, I could give the sort of more advanced laundry list of here's some really cool stuff you should know if you want to be the super awesome programmer. But, a lot of what I do is experience. It's just I've done lots of different things. I've debugged lots of different things. And so when I look at a problem, I can look at it and kind of think about it and go, I bet this is what's wrong with it. And that just comes from experience of doing that. So a lot of the ability is just practice. So that's practice. Typing fast is practice. Obviously, reasoning and all that stuff, that's what programming is really about. It's formal. You have to actually learn to do this. But practicing does make you better at it. So going from the beginner to the good, I think, is mostly practice. I mean, you've got to pick the right projects, pick projects that you're interested in to keep you motivated to work on it. Working on graphics can be really enjoyable in the way things used to work, but nowadays you have a lot of frameworks and other things interfering that maybe graphics are not, the immediate responsiveness of graphics are good, but maybe there's too much stuff getting in the way. You need to find a way to use a system that lets you get graphics going. 10 years ago, processing would be an interesting thing because it's designed to get you in there fast. And nowadays, web with JavaScript, you maybe can get stuff up on the screen better, quicker. But those are their own nightmares in various different ways. But the problem is, I don't have that experience. Like, my experience was how you get started using BASIC, and that was a great language. To learn to get stuff happening quickly, to see things happening, but I would never, ever recommend anyone learn BASIC now. So who knows? And of course that's a fact, and I should fact that and not ever answer it again. But please report to me that if the project is not up to date, if it's missing source files. Let's take a look at Git status here and see if I've forgotten to add some files. With VC 2015. Yeah, whoever, I don't do the 2015 thing. So, object render. I never added that though. Git add source. I forked this file out and forgot to add it. So it's a good reminder. I'll push that up right now. Add object render. And then we push. But the 2015 project file, solution file needs to be updated, and somebody just needs to give me the pull request. But, like, how did you get this experience? Well, by programming for 37 years, right? Like, that's, yeah, so that's a good idea. The handmade hero, not handmade hero, handmade dev. Let's just get it in here. Handmade dev, Sean Barrett, since that's what he's about on those things. So that tells you the story of how I got to here, but I don't think it's a useful story for you to get to here, because if I'm, like, let's just call it 25 years, like, it's not even accurate, but let's say it's been 25 years, like I have 25 years of experience, and you're just starting out now. you're in 25 years, you're going to be in a different world. It's going to be the world of 2041. Did I do that right? Who knows what the world is going to be like in 2041, what programming languages are, what computers are going to be like, and all that stuff. What you'll need to have at your fingertips in 25 years is not necessarily the stuff I have at my fingertips right now. You're not in a year going to be able to get to my level of experience right now. That shouldn't be daunting, right? You can do amazing things after a couple of years of programming. I mean, I was making games in a year, I'm sure. So you can aspire to reach that level of skill, but you shouldn't aspire to reach this set of skills. And that's why I think like this historical stuff is maybe interesting, but it's not useful advice. You can't try to follow those footsteps because the way I did things is not the world that I was living in. Those were maybe a good way of doing things 25 years ago. But those aren't the things I was doing 25 years ago are not what you want to be doing right now when you're starting with the same amount of knowledge that I had then. Unresolved external symbol for functions that are declared defined in the same translation unit. Well, if they were declared in the same unit but not defined, you can just the whole way C works is you can have an extern foo in a C file, and there's expected to be an int foo in another extern int foo that's a function in a C file, and it's expected that some C file is going to define it, and if none define it, you'll get the okay, great. He fixed it, and it probably just that was that same object renderer thing, most likely. But all right, any other questions? I'm going to stop the stream, and if there are more questions, I'll answer them in chat. All right, thanks for watching. Bye.